can't live by bread alone. Yeah, this word got food in it. Stepping on the devil dome, you should see the bruise in it. Backing out the scripts, told a demon to stand down. Go against the Most High, we gon' see how it pan out. The Father gave me hope, fill me with the ghosts. Now they hate it when I glow. Joseph with the coat, looking for their fruit, but they ain't got no cantaloupe. The Messiah or Belial, you can't be a fan of both. Can't serve two masters. Bread of heaven with the living water, yeah, he's serving up a truth platter. We ain't idolizing no folly, now we setting up a new standard. When Christ touched down, make the whole earth shake like Bruce Banner. Yeah, bringing them troops to ya. End times getting spookier, warfare getting nuclear, mankind getting goofier. They intoxicated with a wine, damn, she done roofied them. I'm checking every word, spirit doctrine like a proofreader. I hate these Nicolatans, hate these great Renatos, man, I hate these flipping pagans. Trying to play my father and I hate these imitations. Screaming out Hosanna, we escape that simulation. Better flee to me, vote these or else that lake is where you layin'. Great is he inside of me, casting out this net like I was by the Sea of Galilee. Harvest gon' be plenty, but the laborers are few. Matthew 17 and 20, there ain't nothing we can't do. I can't be no lukewarm, fringes with the blue on. Devil wanna deal, but I told him this ain't Groupon. Praise to the Almighty, you know we gon' sing a new song. Hail the King of King, the Ultra Low, no Jimmy Neutron. If you keep his laws and his commands, then we can fellowship. I don't get with Pharisees and I don't rock with Hellenists. I ain't praising man, cause only Father get my reverence. I'm swimming in the word, it got me feeling like a yellowfin. Yeah, big stepper, Mr. Demon Chin Checker, tryna hear that well done, cause I feel that displeasure. Father pouring out the wrath, and he got a big measure. If it ain't about the kingdom, then I don't give a six letter. You got faith in the Messiah, you got power. I was clean up in that blood just like a shower. Isaiah 5, you were the vine that came on sour, but now we stand and giving glory in this hour. Yeah, we breaking them curses, fleeing the ways of the serpent. Follow his word and pray for discernment, cause they want us laying in hearses. We gotta rise up, raise and resurface. Choose life and stay in your purpose. The price was paid like a merchant, through Christ who came as a servant. See, the kingdom is ready to bag, but yet somehow they chasing a Birkin. After this you ain't getting a chance, while you living you can't but search him. Gotta call on his name like his urchin, never knowing that day is emerging. So repent at the weight of perversions, judgment coming, that thing is for certain. Let's go.
All right, Shalawam family. First and foremost, I want to give all praises, all glory, and all honor to the Most High God, whose name is Yahawah. Of course, I do so in the name of His only begotten Son, Hamashiach Yahawashi, who the world annually called Jesus Christ. It's your brother Yasharahla, and I'm joined by my brother Yasharahla, and we are the House of Bread. Right? Make sure you guys thumb up the video, like the video, share the video. This is pertinent information for the Hebrew Israelite community. Right? I repeat, this is pertinent information for the Hebrew Israelite community. Right, so let's get this circulating in the community. Let's get the thumbs up. Let's get this shared. Right, so our brothers and sisters are equipped against all false doctrine. Right now, before we dive in, I want to do a couple of plugs really quickly. Give me a second. Oops. So we're going to dive into a very thorough presentation that I put together over the past week, probably about a week and a half, 2 weeks. I want to give a special shout out to my good brother Yahawashi from Ram Gadol Gabarium. Me and his brother been chopping it up like literally every other day for the past month or so, just going into a bunch of sources. He sent me a ton of sources for this presentation, right? And he also helped me out with my last presentation, which was the Cornelius breakdown, right? So a lot of the information that we're going to go into today was brought out last week, right? 2 weeks ago, actually, when we did this. But there's a lot more, right? We got sources, right? We got sources on sources on sources on sources, right? All praise to the Most High, right? So before we dive in, right, definitely want to do a couple little plugs really quickly. Go ahead and share my screen real quick. So first and foremost, if you're not subscribed to the channel, I don't know what you're doing. I had took a look at my analytics the other day, and the vast majority of the viewership are not subscribed, right? So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, hit the subscribe button. It don't cost you a thing, right? I did see a comment before where a brother said that he keeps getting unsubscribed to my channel, right? And YouTube does that sometimes when they try to shadow ban you, right? So what you got to do is when you go ahead and subscribe to the channel, as well as to you need to subscribe to the House of Bread channel as well, right? You got to click subscribe, right? And then you got to hit that bell for all notifications, right? Make sure you click that bell for all notifications so you know exactly when we go live, when a video drops, all right? So make sure you subscribe to House of Bread here on YouTube, which is at House of Bread Camp, all one word, right? Trying to get to 1,000 subscribers by Passover, which is coming up very soon. Passover will be March the 31st chapter. In addition, right, make sure you subscribe to this channel, Yasharahla, here on YouTube. Yasharahla HOB is the @name, right? So if you haven't, right, definitely stay tuned for this presentation, right? But when you're done, make sure you tap into this presentation that was done now 3 weeks ago, right? Did this 3 weeks ago through the spirit and power of YAHAWAH, shanyam-ishar, and the same type of information, right? And even more is going to be brought out today as well, right? With a lot of current events and things going on, right? We see that this economic collapse here in Babylon the Great is impending, right? So be on the lookout for that mark of the beast, right? We went into this 2 weeks ago, right? So tap in, tons of edification here on the channel through the spirit and power of YAHAWAH, right? Now, in addition, right, if you guys are watching this this video or this live stream, right, to incentivize our brothers and sisters to engage in scholarship, what I'm doing is for the HIB, the Hebrew Israelite Bible, right? The link is in the description, right? You can use code ACT17 for 17% off your HIB order, right? So make your way over to HIBofficialzion.com, right? And get you a copy of the Hebrew Israelite Bible ASAP. All right. Before we dive into the presentation, I do also want to just throw a track on real quick. Shout out to the good brother Crucial Karash from Elida Zion. That's my brother right there, man. And this brother, he's one of them ones when it comes to spitting in the nation of Israel, right? So the brother, he should be in the chat as well. Shout out to the brother Abaya from Inside the Nation. He's been playing this song on his channel for the past month or so, and I was like, yo, bro, I need that track, bro. Who is that? He said, oh, that's Crucial Karash. I said, oh, word? I said, say less. So I hit Karash up immediately, so right? So what we're going to do is we're going to dive into listen to this track real quick, and then we're going to come back in and dive into the presentation. Again, make sure you guys like and share the video. All right, let's get this rocking.
Like, gon' wanna hear about your dream, no Martin Luther King, boy, this is real life. You came in like a savior, like you had a favor. My people still die, I can hear the pain and they still crying, they still sighing, you still lying. Ain't rockin' with no false prophets, we don't know what that feel like. I don't wanna hear about your dream, no Martin Luther King, boy, this is real life. You came in like a savior, like you had a favor. My people still die, I can hear the pain and they still crying, they still sighing. sign you still alive.
It's a lot of bloodthirsty wolves rapping in the prey wearing sheep's clothing. And I don't like snakes, keep my grass cut so low you can't even mow it. Boy, your ears itching, you a hypocrite. What you doing when the book closed? Woe to the pastor that scattered the chosen, causing division, we gotta expose it. My people, they out here starving, you at the ATM making deposits. Some of these niggas be worse than these Christians with fringes and ribbons on hips of their garments. Do anything for the clout, praising Yahawashi out of your mouth, but lead us to slaughter like slaves at the auction. You traded your life in the field for a house. In the latter days, there'll be many that are going to depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits, doctrines of devils, falling away. And in that day, many shall say, have we not prophesied in that name? But all those that loathe thy law, the same will know it after death through pain. Like damn, you was just banging on Esau. Now you all hell banging on these laws. What's up with your doctrine? I thought you was solid, my nigga. I never thought you was a fall. I know we all gotta answer to God. Yahawashi, I know that I'm bearing my cross. But any man teaching, don't keep the commandments. At least up in heaven, I'm praying for y'all.
False prophets, don't know what that feel like. Don't wanna hear about your dream, no Martin Luther King, boy, this is real life. You came in like a savior, like you had a favor. My people still die, I can hear the pain and they still crying, they still sighing, you still alive. Ain't rockin' with no false prophets, we don't know what that feel like. Don't wanna hear about your dream, no Martin Luther King, boy, this is real life. You came in like a savior, like you had a favor. My people still die, I can hear the pain and they still crying, they still sighing, you still alive.
Purchase your tracks today.
All praise to the Most High, right? So let's get into this, man. Through the spirit and power of Yahweh Basham. Mayash, I muted you while the song was playing, so you gotta unmute yourself.
Yeah, that joint fire.
And listen, I said this song is so apropos right now, right? It's so apropos in this current landscape and current climate here in the Hebrew Israelite community, right? He said, damn, bro, I thought you was solid. But guess what? Some niggas are just false prophets, and it just is what it is. So, you know, through the spirit and power of Yahweh Shai, this presentation was, of course, it was inspired by the rampant false doctrine that has been being spewed in this community, right? From a very particular group. You know, we're at a time where, listen, the lions are getting roused up, man, right? Like I said, shout out to the good brother Yahweh from Rangadol Gabarium, right? That brother, if you're not subscribed to Rangadol Gabarium, you got to check out their channel, right? Yahweh has been doing these videos, quick lessons. It's called History with Yahweh, right? And he's just going into amazing sources. Like he went to a source the other day, which was validating the Southern Kingdom, right? Us being in the West Shores of Africa, right? And of course, us getting caught up in the transatlantic slave trade. So, you know, history, archaeology, and prophecy primarily is what proves what we've been teaching, right? What some people, you know, we're at a time where a lot of niggas are talking a lot of stuff against, you know, brothers of One West camps. And I'll be honest, like I have my fair share of criticism with brothers who stem from One West camps and a lot of the nonsense that happens within this side of Israel, right? But by and large, people are learning about the truth, right? People are learning about their heritage because camps, right? Brothers put their lives on the line, right? Brothers spend time out of their days, right, to go out to the street corners to push the word of the Most High God, to teach our people repentance and to teach our people, right, who we are, who we belong to, and what's required of us. Similar to the apostles of old, right? You got the good brother Paul, right? Shout out to AI, man. I've been utilizing AI a lot over the past couple of years, of course, to push the gospel and to push edification for our people, right? So I created this via Gemini, man, right? So here we have a visual of the apostle Paul, right, speaking to a certain group of Stoics and Epicureans at the Areopagus, right? which we read about in Acts the 17th chapter, right? So with that said, right, we're looking at Stoicism versus Epicureanism, right? These are two different schools of philosophy, right, that many Israelites got into during the centuries prior to Christ's his nativity, right? We have the books of First and Second Maccabees, where we read about how the Israelites, right, the Jews were Hellenized, right? They gave way to pagan Hellenistic customs and philosophies, right? So these are the two schools of philosophies, right? So you have Stoicism. Stoicism was founded by Zeno of Chittim, right? Chittim is Cyprus. Chittim is the Hebrew word, right, for Cyprus, right? Chittim or Kaphium, right? So the Stoic philosophers believe that humans should not pressure desires like power and wealth, because these are dangerous. The ultimate good is seeking knowledge and showing no emotion towards pleasure or pain, right? On the other hand, we have Epicureanism. It was founded by a gentleman by the name of Epicurus, right? The Epicurean philosophers believe that the only real things are those we can experience with the five senses. The ultimate good is seeking pleasure and achieving harmony of body and mind. So you can see that they're at odds, right? The Stoics and the Epicureans, right? Now, we went in last week about the Israelite adoption of Greek customs, right? And we read about this in the books of First and Second Maccabees, right? With that said, right, let's move on. These are some key Hellenic institutions, right? So we have the gymnasium, right, which means naked exercise, right? We read about this in First Maccabees 1 verses 13 through 15, right? And part of the gymnasium is called the Ephebion, right? A young man between the ages of 18 and 20 was known as an ephebos, right? And these Ephebion, which were seen as finishing schools, right? These were usually for the upper echelon of society, right? So you have, by the 1st century BCE, these were reserved for young men, right, who are in these upper echelon societies, where they learned and were educated in military, philosophy, and literary studies, right? So again, this ties back into the Acts 10 breakdown with Cornelius, and how Cornelius is emphatically an Israelite, right? The apostles were sent by Yahawashi to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, right? A lot of times people caught up in, the Great Commission, go to all nations, right? Well, the Bible tells us that the children of Israel will be scattered to the four corners of the earth, will be scattered amongst all nations, right? We see prophecy says that we will be gathered out of all nations, right? Tobit chapter 13:3 says, proclaim him amongst the Gentiles, for he has scattered us amongst them, right? We see in John, the 7th chapter, the Jews are asking, where's Christ going to be that we cannot find him? Well, he goes to the dispersed amongst the Gentiles and teach the Gentiles, right? That word for Gentiles is the word Hellene, right? Greek, right? So amongst these different localities, these different cities, whether they were in Palestine and Syria, or if they were in the Hellenic world, right? In Greece, right? In Rome, and all these different places, you had Greek culture and philosophy and ideology that was being absorbed by the Israelites, okay? This is a fact, right? So this is, again, I brought this out last week, right? This is going into the Ephebion, right? Mayash, if you can read this, read the 2nd and 3rd paragraph.
God, the citizens educated his son, Slakia. Yeah, the citizens educated his son in the municipal educational institutions, the gymnasium and the Ephebion, which were the very embodiment of the spirit of Hellenism.
The very embodiment of the spirit of Hellenism. Read on.
Here, the young citizens received their Hellenic education, developed their strength and agility by physical exercise, and learned poetry and music.
They learned what?
Such an education was not imposed on us, and learned poetry and music. And if such an education was not imposed on the citizens as an absolute duty, no one deliberately avoided it.
Right? You know the age-old saying, when in Rome, do as, right? We have. I'm going to be doing a lesson. Lord willing, should be coming out sometime next week. I'm not sure if I'm going to do it live or if I'm going to pre-record it. But I'm going to be diving into the parable of the prodigal son. Right? Yahawashi was asked by the disciples, "Why do you speak to them in parables?" And his answer said, was very telling. He said, "Because it's giving to you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of God, but to them it's not given." So that's why Yahawashi spoke in parables. And the parable of the prodigal son is literally talking about this phenomenon, right? Where you have the Jews that remained in Jewry, who remained home with the father, right? Following the customs, right? Then you have the younger son who goes amongst the Gentiles, right? Squanders his inheritance, right? And when he realizes, he comes to, the scriptures say, he comes back home and the father accepts him with open arms. Well, guess what happened? The older son who stayed down was jealous. He was envious, right? This is what it talks about when Paul says, I will provoke them to jealousy, right? So emulation, right? So this is what this is talking about. Yahawashi didn't give that parable for any reason. And this is why I've been saying that the individuals who've been forwarding this nonsense doctrine of simultaneous salvation, that they are false prophets, that they don't know what the hell they're talking about, right? And what we're doing is showing the history, right? We're showing you scholarship, right? Guys, I just want you to see the last page of this presentation real quick, right? This is 182 slides. These are all of the sources that I utilized. And guess what? You can click on all of these links, right? Actually, let me go ahead and save it now. This PDF for this presentation is in the description as we speak, right? So you can follow along right on the screen. And after you watch the presentation, you can go and download all of these PDFs. I took the liberty of finding all these PDFs, right? Uploading them, right? On Google Drive. And here are all the links where you guys can download them yourselves so that you can be equipped to tackle false doctrine, right? We might have to throw that track on again, right? But anyway, right? But you get the point, right? This is what was going on in the Hellenic world, right? You had Jews living amongst the Gentiles and living as the Gentiles. And these are the people who Paul was writing to, right? And part of their education would be poetry and philosophy. So when Paul's talking to the Epicureans in the Stoics, right? He quotes a very specific poet, right? And I'm not going to spoil it for you guys, right? But we're going to show you who that guy is, and we're going to demonstrate how that individual is a Jew, right? So let's continue, right? So what did the Epicureans believe concerning God, right? So you have this thing called the Epicurean paradox, right? It's talking about, it's basically this big hodgepodge and this philosophical, logical loop where they're asking the question of why does evil exist, right? Can God prevent evil, right? Obviously God can, right? And they come to the conclusion that God is not all powerful, right? If evil exists and all this nonsense, right? And guess what? This philosophy was absorbed by a very specific sect of Israelites that we read about in the New Testament, right? We're going to read about it in a bit, right? So when you guys go through the presentation, you can look at this Epicurean paradox, right? This is Epicurus, right? And this is two of his quotes. Death does not concern us because as long as we exist, death is not here. And once it does come, we no longer exist. Don't fear God. Don't worry about death. What is good is easy to get. And what is terrible is easy to endure, right? So it's kind of, it's if you have your thinking caps on, it's clear to see who was influenced by this philosophy, right? So we have this source right here. It's called Ecclesiastes. Let me pull up the PDF myself here on my screen. Give me 1 second. Right, it's called Ecclesiastes, a contribution. So I'm just coming down with a cold, family, so forgive me. It's called Ecclesiastes, a contribution to its interpolation, containing an introduction to the book, an exegetical analysis, and a translation with notes by Thomas Tyler, M.A., right? So this guy has a master's, right? So real quick, we're going to go to pages 36 and 39. Right? Watch this, right? I'm not sure if I included these screenshots on The presentation. This presentation would have been like 200 plus slides if I would have go ahead and added every screenshot, right? So the author discusses the influence of Epicurean thought on Antigonus of Soko, right? Soko we read about Soko in the Bible, right? It's a city in Israel. Antigonus was a teacher of Zadok, who is the founder of the Sadducees or the Zadokites, and a guy named Beathos, who is a founder of the Beathusians, right? They basically believe the same thing, right? And then he notes Sirach 9 and 4 and talking about this very specific topic, right? It says, he shall serve among great men and appear before princes. He will travel through strange countries, for he hath tried the good and the evil among men, right? So this is what Sirach says. And if you don't know anything about Sirach, right, the book of Sirach was compiled in Alexandria, Egypt, right, for Jews in the diaspora, in the Hellenic world, right? And because when we look at Jews in these different cities, right, you had some that stayed down and kept the commandments, and you have others who completely abandoned so-called Judaism, or, of course, keeping the Torah, right? So now, I'm going to read, actually, let's go back. I'm going to read from page 36, right? Actually, let me go ahead and share my screen, right? Stop screen share screen, window, thing, right? So this is page 36, right? At the bottom, it says, interesting evidence in favor of intercourse on the part of the Jews with Greece about 200 BC or somewhat later is furnished by the letter of the Spartan king to Onias III as given by Josephus in Antiquities. This is 12:410, right? In which it is asserted that both Jews and Spartans were descended from Abraham, right? So the Spartans, right, the Lacedaemonians, this is the tribe of Dan, right? And we're going to dive into the tribe of Dan, right, and what they were doing, right, from their onset, right, when we entered into the land, right? So it goes on to say, of no small importance in retaliation. What's going on? In retaliation of our present subject is the brief statement of the Mishnah concerning Antigonus of Soko. According to Abbath 1:3, Antigonus came next in the rabbinical succession after Simon the Just and received from him the Mishnaic tradition. In the passage cited, Antigonus is also particularly distinguished as having taught that men should not serve God like hirelings, impelled by the hope of a reward. If we accept the historical position assigned by the Mishnah to Antigonus, and there appears no sufficient reason for discrediting it, we must regard him as living in the first half of the 3rd century before Christ. He is thus the first Jew of whom we have any knowledge as bearing a Greek name. Very important, Antigonus, right? A very noteworthy circumstance. And the question may suggest itself, has this Greek name of Antigonus any essential connection with his doctrine concerning the hope of reward? Now, as Epicurus was teaching between about 300 BC and 270 BC, right? Again, we're talking about he was during the first half of the 3rd century, right? This is the 3rd century, right? BC. It says, it may seem by no means impossible, taking into account Antigonus's Greek name, that his doctrine contains some dim reflection of the Epicurean denial of man's immortality. Indeed, it may well be looked upon as far from unlikely that, in accordance with Sirach 39 and 4, Antigonus had traveled to Athens or some other of the Greek cities that affected with admiration for Greek philosophy and culture. He adopted a Greek name, and that though, of course, it cannot be by any means supposed that he abandoned Jewish monotheism or the Jewish ritual, yet that his subsequent theological teaching was to some extent influenced and modified by what he heard either from Epicurus or from one of his disciples. Such an hypothesis is confirmed by the account given in Abbath of Ar Nathan concerning Antigonus and the Beathusians and the Zadokites or Sadducees. According to this account, Antigonus had two disciples, Boethus and Zadok, who reiterated his teaching, right? This was done, moreover, by successive generations of disciples, and thence it arose in the course of time that through the teaching of Antigonus, the future state of the resurrection of the dead were called in question, right? What did the Sadducees not agree with that Christ agreed with and that the Pharisees agreed with? The resurrection of the dead. Again, when we look at this gentleman, Epicurus, he said, don't fear God, right? Don't fear death, right? Because if we're here, death isn't here, right? And when death comes, we don't exist anymore. So we don't get regenerated. This is why they don't believe in the resurrection of the dead. See how Greek philosophy influenced every aspect of Israelite life? It affected the Sadducees, who were the priests, right? Who were typically of the upper echelons of society in what people call Palestine today, or the land of Israel, right? And when we look at last week's presentation, who was pushing Hellenism? It was the upper echelons of society. We learned about the Tobiates and their duel with the Onaites, right? We read in the scriptures how the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right, were angry about Christ and all the authority that he had, because they thought that he was going to dismantle their power, right? But let's continue. It goes on to say, it says, it may well appear that in the doctrine attributed to Antigonus in the Mishnah, we have a noteworthy indication to be observed that the Mishnah in Barakath, just 9 and 5, looks back upon the time when the Epicureans, right? So again, what you're going to find out in this presentation is that we have 1st and 2nd century AD Israelite writings, right, from the Mishnah, the Talmud, right? Of course, we don't adhere to the tenets of the Talmud, but the Talmud and the Mishnah are important for understanding history in certain aspects, right? So we see in the 1st and 2nd century that they're writing about the Epicureans, right? And how Jews were being influenced by the Epicureans. And we're going to read more about that in the presentation. It says, looks back upon a time when Epicureans corrupted the Jewish faith, saying that there is only one world. In consequence of this Epicurean doctrine, the Mishnists tell us that, I'm not going to read that, was used in all forms of blessing in the sanctuary where alone had been previously employed, right? It is true that with the Old Testament before us, looks like he's quoting Nehemiah 9 and 5, we cannot very easily admit that such change was consequent of the diffusion of the doctrine of Epicurus as to a future state. But nevertheless, I see no sufficient reason for regarding the word Epicureans in the passage cited as equivalent merely to heretics or atheists, right? It's not only merely talking about heretics, because this word began to be used, as we're going to see, to mean a heretic, because the Epicurean doctrine is heretical, right? Because it teaches that don't fear God, right? We only have one life, right? We don't keep coming back. It teaches against what the Bible teaches, which is regeneration and how there are other worlds, right? Other eons or ages. Let's continue. It says, it certainly appears to me, especially taking into account evidence before adduce, altogether the most probable conclusion that the Mishnah writer speaks of corruption and apostasy consequent on the acceptance of true Epicurean doctrine among the Jews. True Epicurean doctrine among the Jews, even though what he connects therewith may not be admissible. Comparable also the Sanhedrin, which is 9 and 1, Rosh Hashanah, right, 2 and 1. I do not maintain that the Jews did not sometimes designate as Epicureans those who were not disciples of Epicurus, but this usage is probably to be looked upon as secondary and subordinate. The sources of Jewish history do not, with regard to Stoicism, furnish us, so far as I know, with any evidence as to its introduction among the Jews prior to the 200 BC, similar to the evidence which has been adduced with respect to Epicureanism. And why is that? Because Zeno of Chittim, right, he was born after 200 BC, right? But let's continue. It says, but since for reasons which have been already mentioned, Stoicism would seem to have been especially likely to find favor with Jewish minds. We may well conclude that if there were among the Jew disciples of Epicurus, there must also have been disciples of his contemporary Zeno. Stoicism, however, would more easily allow for interfusion, right? We have this thing called syncretism, right? We have a gentleman by the name of Philo. He is a Jew, a Greek Jew, a Hellenized Jew that lived in Alexandria, right? He was a part of a wealthy family. His nephew was the second in charge of the Roman army in the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Right? We went over this in the last presentation on Cornelius, right? So Stoicism, however, would more easily allow for interfusion and incorporation with Judaism than would the doctrine of Epicurus, right? Again, you had Jews doing this thing called syncretism, where they were mixing philosophy, right? Greek philosophy with the scriptures. And there's a problem with that, right? But even when we look at Stoic values, a lot of the values do kind of line up with what we read in the Bible, right? But we'll get into that. It says probably the adoption of the doctrine of the porch, right? That's where the term Stoicism comes from. The word for porch in Greek is stoa, right? It says did not lead to apostasy or occasion any marked or conspicuous change. And on this account, as appears likely, the sources of Jewish history are silent as to the time of the introduction of Stoicism, right? So again, this presentation, right? This particular source right here, it demonstrates how Epicureanism influenced the Sadducees, right? Now, this is a book called Anti-Epicurean Polemics in the New Testament Writings. The author discusses how Epicurean ideas entered Jewish awareness via Hellenistic border cities such as Decapolis, right? We're going to dive into what Decapolis is, right? Decapolis is an area in the land of Israel, right? There were 10 cities, hence the word deca, which means 10, and polis is the Greek word for city, right? Which is in the land of Israel, and some of those cities are in what's known as Syria today, right? And of course, the coast. Popular philosophical cliches and political elites, right? The author discusses how Sadducean theology resembles Epicureanism, especially denial of resurrection, focus on this worldly life, skepticism towards providence. Well, what is providence? Providence is the divine authority of the Most High God, right? Because he's in control of all things, right? Epicureanism brings that into question. Let's continue. It says the author also discusses how Philo and Josephus, who are who have Jewish philosophical polemics, right? A polemic is basically a writing against someone, right? So this presentation is a polemic against the doctrine of simultaneous salvation for the heathen, right? As forwarded by the brothers of Genesis, right? This is a polemic against Genesis and their nonsense doctrine, right? So Philo, he's deeply trained in Greek philosophy, right? He rejects Epicureanism sharply, right? And he also talks about how gods who do not care are worse than atheism, right? And he uses Platonic and Stoic tools instead, because again, he's trained in philosophy. You see how Stoicism more so aligns with the biblical teachings than Epicureanism, right? Think about it like this, right? When we read in the Bible, in the book of Acts, we read about how all these Pharisees believe on Christ after Christ's crucifixion. We don't hear about Sadducees believing on Christ in the resurrection of the dead. Why? Because they did not believe in the resurrection, because they were influenced by Epicureanism. This is very important to understand. We have to understand the cultural and the historical and political landscape that was happening before what we read in the so-called New Testament. We go from Malachi, we skip over the Greek captivity, and we jump right into the middle of the Roman captivity. All that history was taken out of the Bible, right? And it's found in what's called the Apocrypha. We read about this in 1st and 2nd Maccabees, right? The author goes on to talk about how Josephus, right? Josephus attacks Epicureans for eliminating providence, undermining moral accountability, right? His polemic aligns with Pharisaic theology and Stoic ethics, showing how Epicureanism became the anti-model of Jewish piety, right? Very important to understand, right? So before we go forward, I'm going to read a couple of pages. I'm gonna read a couple of pages from this book really quickly. Let me see. Get this up. Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's go to page 71. Right, watch this. Let me share my screen. Right.
That's this book, Anti-Epicureanism.
Yep, this is this book right here, right? So let me just zoom in some so brothers and sisters can see. Right. So it says, finally, what we are interested in most in Josephus' mention of the Sadducees' rejection of the persistence of the soul, right? I.e. regeneration. Its immortality, since the soul perishes along with the body. This view of the Sadducees is known from their disputes with Jesus. However, if in Josephus' testimony, the Greek philosophical terminology and point of view are striking, he makes a distinction between the body and man's soul, right? And then emphasizes the persistence of the soul. The Epicurean overtone of this thought is evident, as will be shown at length in the next chapter. The Sadducees' denial of punishment and reward after death is the logical and theological consequence of rejecting divine providence and the soul's immortality. For the Sadducees, only mortality is important, for nothing is to be expected after death. The features of the Sadducees' theological views show three elements that also characterize the philosophical thought of Epicureans: the rejection of providence, the denial of the soul's immortality, as well as denying judgment and reward after death. Moreover, the convergence with Epicureanism is indicated by the distinct emphasis on man's free will choice. The Bible doesn't teach free will, but the Sadducees, they teach free will, right? Now, the Sadducees were primarily Levites. I remember having a conversation with a brother, right, who's a Levite, who was a former member of my former camp, right? And this brother is leaning towards free will. There's no new thing under the sun, right? You have Pharisees on the earth today. You have Essenes on the earth today. You have Ebionites on the earth today. You have Sadducees, Pharisees. You have everyone of every sect on the earth today within the Hebrew Israelite community, right? Let's continue. He goes on to say, the only thing that his fate depends on, the necessity of man's self-determination, is also characteristic of Epicurus' views. Thus, Josephus' description of the Sadducees makes it possible to associate the religious faction of the Sadducees with the garden. Right, the garden is this Epicurean, like, I'm not sure if it's like a poem or something, but it was like something that they, of course, pushed. This is one of their doctrines. Right, and so the Sadducean views presented by Josephus could be Epicurean. Yet care should be taken not to equate the Sadducees with Epicureanism, since Josephus does not explicitly mention the Sadducees as Epicureans. Additionally, he mentions details that do not allow us to forget about the party's Jewish provenance. He emphasizes its aristocratic and egalitarian nature, and the fact that the small but rich social class, again, we talked about this last presentation about how the upper echelons of society, they were the ones that were pushing Hellenism and Greek thought, right? Hint, you got the Oneids, you got Jason, you got Menelaus, you have all these guys, right? And we had the Tobiates who are pushing Hellenism and Greek culture and customs on the people, right? It goes on to say, associated with the priestly families belong to it. Josephus further points to the Sadducees' love, right, of debates and disputes with teachers of wisdom. And this can be confirmed by the dispute between them and Jesus, Yahawashi. The Sadducees, unlike the Pharisees, rejected the oral tradition that arose around the law, right? Yahawashi spoke against that as well, right? Josephus also mentions the violent, malicious, and harsh disposition of the Sadducees toward each other and outsiders, contradicting the image of the Epicurean living and friendship. Additionally, he indicates that the Sadducees held various offices, right? So these were pages 71 and 72, right? I'm going to jump down to page 74. Oh, Salaki, this is something else I want to read here. This is still on page 72. It says, it is not known exactly when the Sadducees and their religious views originated. The party was certainly formed during the period of the Maccabees, the reign of Antiochus IV Epiphanes, or shortly thereafter, because during the reign of John Hyrcanus between 134 and 104 BCE, the Sadducees existed as an organized religious sect. Josephus, this is from Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, chapter 13, verses 293, right? It does not seem possible to indicate more precise date. However, the Sadducees probably came from the circles of priests and high priests, as well as from the Philhellenic upper class of Judean society. Philhellenic, very important, right? It says there were two factors in the formation of a religious party by the Sadducees: theological, religious reasons, and political, social elements. Again, we read about this in the New Testament, right? The Sadducees and the Pharisees were both trying to maintain their position, and this is why they were against Christ, right? Continuing, it says, if the name Sadducees is associated with Zadok, which it is, and this is the most likely origin of their name, they can be related to the Old Testament priestly line of the Zadokites, the history of this priestly dynasty from the Babylonian exile to the death of Onias, right? So that's page 72, right? I'm down to page 74 real quick, right? It's a second factor influencing the formation of this new religious group was the political and social situation, and in particular, the progression of the Hellenization of Palestinian Jews, right? Palestinian Jews means Jews that live in the actual land, right? Which would become known as Palestine, right? It was the Sadducees who enjoyed the opinion of those who favor the Hellenistic Roman culture and collaborated with the ruling elites, first with the Hasmonean dynasty and then with the Roman authorities. Who would those Roman authorities be? The Herodians, right? Let's continue. A great supporter and propagator of Greek culture was Jason, usurper of the office of high priest and brother of Onias III, the high priest from the line of the Zadokites. Jason maintained a lively contacts with King Antiochus IV Epiphanes, and as high priest, he openly favored Greek education, culture, and lifestyle, introducing Greek customs. Jason's disgraceful attitude was not unique for other Jews, including those from priestly families, who did likewise both before and after the temple was cleansed and the sacrifices restored, as we read in 2 Maccabees 4, verses 7 through 22. Some authors believe that the Sadducees came from this group. This belief should include another aspect. The Jews' reluctance to accept Hellenistic culture was not only religious, but also political and national. This was related to King Antiochus IV Epiphanes, whom they recognized as a sinful root, a great persecutor of the Jews. Yet the Syrian king was an Epicurean, who, for the philosophy of the garden by Philonides. Thanks to Philonides and his disciples, the Antiochian court of the king was also influenced by Epicureanism, as already mentioned. The extent of Epicurean influence on Judaism is unknown, but Epicureanism must have been known in Palestine, and traces of it have remained in some OT books, rabbinic traditions, and the writings of Flavius Josephus. Furthermore, both groups, the Epicureans and the Sadducees, are generally mentioned together, so some scholars assume a significant degree of Hellenization of Palestinian Jews and formulate a thesis about a probable influence of Epicurean ideas on the Sadducees. This would also be a reason for the convergence between the Sadducean and Epicurean views. Man, I wish I had a damn soundboard, man. Daggers, absolute daggers, right? Let's jump down to page 95, right? And we're going to wrap up on this particular source, right? It's going to get, guys, it's going to get even better, right? Don't you wait, right? So here's a page 95 of the book, right? Page 96 on the PDF, because you got the cover, right? It says, commencing in the late 19th century, much attention was paid to the arrow. Actually, am I supposed to be doing this right now? Areopagus, right? Speech in terms of the connections with the Old Testament and the convergence of the theological message with the philosophical ideas of the pagan world. Some of the earlier claims, as a result of radical literary criticism, and comparative historical religious research, have not survived critical scrutiny. Nevertheless, the closeness between the theological message of Paul's speech and the Stoic views is beyond doubt. as Matt Polans argued, the theological themes of his speech clearly refer to the philosophical theodicy of the Stoics. So again, this right here should show you who of those people that Paul was talking to, who was more inclined to hear the gospel and receive it. It's clear, right? Their critique of idolatry and their view about the nature of God, right? Walter L. Tester showed the mediating role of the synagogue in the Hellenistic Judaism in the adoption of Greek philosophical terminology and the concepts by Christianity, an example of which would be the Areopagus speech, opposing the postulated pagan elements above all the Stoic ones. Bertel Gartner proved the biblical and Judaic character of Areopagus's address, right? So very important, right? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about. Oh, is this on tripping? Can y'all see? Can y'all even see what's going on? Okay, right. So boom, right. Let's move on, right. I pray brothers and sisters are paying attention, right, and brothers are trekking along with us. It's going to become even clearer as we move forward, right. So again, it's clear that Epicurean teachings influence Sadducean doctrine. It's clear. The Hebrew term for Epicureans, epikursum, began to be used to describe a heretic Jew. The term epikursum, which is the transliteration of Epicureans, began to be used to describe a heretic Jew, right? Let's continue. This is from International Institute for Secular Humanistic Judaism, right? And on this presentation, right, if you go to this slide, the source at the bottom, if you click on that, this will take you to this website, right? So it says, so it says, only in Judaism did the name of the philosopher Epicurus come to mean heretic, and Epicureanism heresy. All heresy, however, derives from belief, religious or otherwise. Judaism is the only culture in the world in which the name of the Greek philosopher Epicurus, in the 3rd century BCE, has been a part of everyday language since antiquity. Since antiquity, right? In Hebrew and other Jewish national languages and dialects spoken only by Jews, example, Epicureanism, Epikursut in the Hebrew, and Epikuritz in Yiddish, right? The term Epikursos was used in ancient Judaism to designate a Jew who believed that the universe was subject to natural laws. This is a dagger. This right here is a dagger, right? Let's continue. Those who say the world is autonomous, self-moving, rather than the will of a creator or master. These Jews also believe in man's free will, sovereignty over his own life, and freedom from obligation to observe the halakhic precepts, right? Halakhic just means the commandments, right? So let's continue. More daggers, right? So now, key Epicurean poets and philosophers. You have Zeno of Sidon. Where is Sidon? Sidon is right above what was the land of Israel. Actually, that's our promised land, right? And he was born in 150 BCE. He moved to Athens. He died in 70 BCE, right? Which is before Christ. Then you have a guy by the name of Philodemus of Gadara. He was born in Gadara in 110 BCE. Gadara is mentioned in Mark 5 and Luke 8, right? So when Christ healed the man who had that legion, that was in, it says in the Bible, the country of the Gadarenes. So he was in Gadara, right? So there were Jews there. Pay attention. He moved to Athens, learned under Zeno of Sidon. So Philodemus was the student of this guy, Zeno of Sidon, right? He died between 40 or 35 BCE, right? Let's continue. Why is this important? The geography of where these men are from is telling, especially as we understand how Jews were dispersed amongst the Greek world, were Hellenized and educated in the Ephebeion. Again, in the Ephebeion, you will learn military skills, philosophy, and literary studies, right? So you'll be reading all of this poetry, right? So I had this map created right here, right? Actually, let's go ahead. I want to make this a little. Make this bigger so brothers and sisters can see, right? So this is the land of Israel, right? This will be categorized as Syria, right? You got Antioch right here. You got Sidon, Tyre, right? This is Judea, right? And this is an overlay of the tribal allotments, right? So you got Simeon down here. You got Judah, Dan. Dan's right here on the coast. We're going to talk about Dan a lot in this presentation, right? And then over here you have the Decapolis, right? So this is in the land of Israel, right? Let's continue. Decapolis means 10 cities, from Deca 10 and Polis city, heavily influenced by Greek culture, right? If you click on this link, it goes to show that these areas were populated by Jews, Arab Nabateans, and Arameans, right? Which means Syrians, right? The 10 cities are Philadelphia, which was Rabath Ammon, which is in the land of Ammon. You have Gadara, right? Gadara is in the land of Manasseh, okay? You have Pella, Dion, Raphana, Scythopolis, which was called Beth-shean. You have Hippos, which was called Susita, Kanatha, which is Kanath in the Bible, and Damascus. Damascus is up here in Syria, right? Again, Paul was going up to Damascus, right, to persecute believers there because you had Jews all over this place, right? Let's continue. This is right here from Antiquities of the Jews, which is book 8, and the chapter highlights history containing the interval of 82 years from the death of Judas Maccabeus to the death of Queen Alexandra, right? This is chapter 15 in verse 4, right? My Yash, if you can read that for me, Baba Kushah, right? And before we read that, I want to make you guys understand why this is important, right? The gentleman by the name of Philodemus of Gadara was born within this time frame, right? He was, if I'm not mistaken, Judas Maccabeus, he died in 160 BCE. Judas Maccabeus, right? Judas Maccabeus, he died in 60 BCE, right? He died in 60 BCE, right? If you take 160, right, Slakia, not 60, 160, take 160, and if you subtract, because BC counts the opposite direction, right? If you take 160 and you minus 82, you get 78 CE. Philodemus of Gadara was born in the land of Israel, in Gadara, during that time frame, right? Let's see what Josephus says about Gadara at that time. Read that.
All right, this is chapter 15, verse 4. It says, now at this time, the Jews were in possession of the following cities that had belonged to the Syrians and the Idumeans and Phoenicians. At the seaside, Stratos Tower. So
Stratos Tower, we talked about this last week. Stratos Tower will become Caesarea, where Cornelius was from, right? And we went into how at that time they were gathering Jews from the localities into Herod's army. Right? Continue.
Right. Apollonia, Joppa, Jamhis, Ashdod, Gaza, Anthedon, Raphia, and
Rhinopolura.
Yeah, that word. In the middle of the country, near to Idumea, Adorn, and Marissa, near the country of Samaria, Mount Carmel and Mount Tabor, Scythopolis, and
Scythopolis and Gadara. So slow down, right? So Gadara was one of these cities, right? Gadara is where Philodemus, a famous Epicurean philosopher, was born during the time between 160 BCE and 78 BCE, within this time frame of this history, right? I'm just going to jump down, right? It goes on to say, right, because its inhabitants would not bear the change to change their religious rites for those peculiar to the Jews. The Jews also possess others of the principal cities of Syria and have been destroyed, right? So Josephus is attesting to the fact that the Jews had control of these areas during the time in which Philodemus was born. Crucial, right? So as it pertains to Philodemus of Gadara, he was born in a Hellenized city in the land of Israel. During the time in which he was born, the Jews had control of Gadara and other cities of Decapolis. It's clear that Philodemus was a Hellenized Jew, because in these cities, what was being pushed? Hellenization, and part of the Hellenization was the Ephebion, the gymnasium, and so forth, right? Now, if Zeno was born in Sidon, that would make him a Canaanite, right? Right? Let's continue. Let's see. This is from a book called Collins Atlas of the Bible. Now, this I provided with screenshots. I don't have a link to this because I actually took these screenshots from the Kindle version of this book. My wife, she's a bookworm, right? She reads a lot of books. She read freaking Twilight and all these other books and whatnot, right? So I was able to get access to this book through her Kindle Unlimited subscription, right? So I don't have a link for this particular source, right? But this book is not expensive at all, right? So it says, when the Levant recovered from the events that caused the collapse of the Bronze Age Empire in the 11th century BC, both Israel and its Phoenician neighbors developed into important regional entities. Israel and Phoenicia inherited much from their Canaanite past, including closely related languages. But while the Israelite kingdom was mainly agricultural, the narrow coastal plain encouraged the Phoenicians to look outwards. The Phoenicians were sailors, traders, and craftsmen, producing and selling luxury goods, especially in bronze, ivory, precious metals, and textiles. We're going to dive into scriptures, right? And we're going to demonstrate how the term Phoenician does not distinctly mean Canaanites, right? Because it's talking about the coast. Who was on the coast? Judah had a coast, right? We read about how Solomon had a navy, right? We read about how Dan, they were mainly in ships, right? Dan was engaged in this commerce as well, right? And shout out to the good brother Eliel from Anointed House of Saints, right? He did a great presentation on the tribe of Dan not too long ago on his channel, right? It goes on to say they exploited their own natural resources such as timber, especially cedar, fish, and the Murdoch's shell, which is highly prized purple dye, was extracted. But they also developed markets and acquired raw materials from far off places. Their ships, the biblical ships of Tarshish, sailed as far as the Straits of Gibraltar. That's near Spain, guys, and beyond into the Atlantic. Gold, ivory, and slaves, along with other exotic goods, came from Africa. Metals, especially silver and tin. Why is tin important? Tin is important in the manufacturing of bronze. You cannot make bronze without tin. Bronze is an alloy between copper and tin, right? Let's continue. It goes on to say, came from Spain, and copper from Cyprus. Cyprus is right off the coast of Israel, right? Cyprus's name literally means copper, right? So let's continue. It says foreign products such as fetians and glass were imported and redistributed abroad and were later imitated and produced locally. By the 8th century BC, Phoenician settlements flourished in many places. Traders were active in Spain, particularly in the south and around the Guadalquivir, whatever that is, basin known as Tartessos to the Greeks, and sometimes proposed as the biblical Tarshish, right? Where there were rich metal deposits. In Cyprus, Phoenician influence is discernible from the 11th century BC. Right now, just for context, right? The Israelites, we are a late Bronze Age civilization, right? We get into the land of Israel during the 14th century BCE, right? The Amarna letters, right, talk about how you have all these Habitos going throughout the land and causing a ruckus, right? So we've been in the land since like the 14th century BC, right? So by the 11th century BC and by the 9th century, the Tyrrhenians had established a large settlement in Kition. The riches that flowed into the Phoenician city-states, of which Sidon and Tyre are the most powerful, made them welcome partners in political commercial alliances. Phoenician deities were often worshipped abroad. The ruler of Damascus set up a stela to the Tyrrhenian god Melqart, the same deity worshipped by Jezebel, the Sidonian wife of King Ahab in Israel. So Ahab worshipped the same deity as well, right? It goes on to say, perhaps the most important legacy of the Phoenicians was the alphabet, which was generally adopted and passed on by the Greeks to the Western world, right? It goes on to say Israel and Phoenicia. Collaboration between the Phoenicians and Israel made economic sense. Israel controlled important international trade routes and could supply agricultural products such as corn, wine, oil, and balsam, right? And it quotes Ezekiel 27 and 17. We'll get into that, right? In return, the Phoenicians provided craftsmen for great skill and fine luxury goods. They were closely involved with Solomon's building programs and a joint venture to Ophir along the Red Sea coast, right? So again, we read about how Hiram of Tyre, the king of Tyre, and King Solomon, they had a navy together on the Red Sea coast, right? It says alliances between established by David and Solomon and renewed by the house of Omri were strengthened by the dynastic marriages of Jezebel and Athaliah into the royal families of Israel and Judah. Inscriptions show that the Phoenicians were widely present in Israel and Judah, not only in Galilee and in the coastal plain, but also inland, even to as far as Kuntalet, Arjud, and the Negev. The Negev is the desert, right, which is south of Jerusalem. Phoenician carved ivory has been found at Samaria, and Phoenician-style metal bowls have been found at Nimrud in Mesopotamia, right? So just going to show how vast and expansive this trade network was, right? So now let's read Ezekiel 27, verse 12. Bring it out.
This is Ezekiel 27, verse 12. Tarshish was thy merchant by reason of the multitude of all kind of riches, of silver, iron, tin, and lead.
Come on.
They traded in thy fairs.
Right. So in your markets, right? Verse 17.
Judah and the land of Israel, they were thy merchants. They traded in thy market wheat of Minnith and Peneg and honey and oil and balm.
Right.
Verse
19. Pay attention, guys.
Dan,
the tribe of Dan, right? Read on.
Also, and Javan,
which would be Yawan, right? Where you get the term Ionian, right? So these are Japhites, right? Read on.
Come. Going to and fro, occupied in thy fairs. Bright iron, Acacia, Calamus, were in thy market.
So now, right, this is important, right? So these goods right here are important to understand. Where were they getting this stuff from, right? We have what's called the Bronze Age, right? Then you have something called the Bronze Age collapse, which was due in part by a group, a band of different people groups known as the Sea Peoples collectively, right? Shout out to the brother Yahawashi. We've been diving into some sources, right? And we've come to the conclusion that you had a bunch of Israelites amongst the Sea Peoples, mainly the tribe of Dan. One of the Sea Peoples, as attested to by the Egyptians, are known as the Danya or the Dinian, depending on which Egyptologist is pronouncing the Netu Neter, right? The Danya. That's the tribe of Dan, right? For the record, right? So after the Bronze Age, you have the Bronze Age collapse, and then you have the Iron Age. Why was there Bronze Age collapse? Because if any whether copper or tin was missing, you cannot create bronze. So now what's the next thing? Iron, right? Now Acacia is very important, right? So I did some research, right? Iron at that time was present in Italy, the Greek islands, right, such as Serifos, Andros, and Lorient, in the Iberian Peninsula, which is Spain and Portugal, southern Levant, such as Tel El Safi, Hazor, and Megiddo, right? Then you have the Iron Age, which is between 1200 to 550 BC, right? I'm going to go on. It says the Mediterranean has historically been rich in iron, with major ancient and modern mines in Ebla, Italy, and key sources for Etruscan and Romans in the Iberian pirate belt, Spain and Portugal, notably the Rio Tinto area, right? Also in places like Thrace, which is between Greece and Turkey, very important to understand, right? Modern protection continues in regions like Ukraine, right? That's not important, right? So let's jump down, right? So acacia, you know what acacia is, guys? Acacia is cinnamon, and at that time, acacia was only found present in China. So there were trade networks that were going as far as China. This is where they're getting acacia from, cinnamon, right? Then we have something called calamus. Calamus is known as sweet flag, right? It was native to what's known as the Irithis River Valley in Kazakhstan. According to Pliny, I believe it's the younger, right? Or either Pliny the younger or the elder, right? Their father and son, right? It grew in Arabia, Syria, and India. So it originally originates from Kazakhstan. Through trade, Dan and the Japhites, they were getting calamus, which is known as sweet flag. They could have, and it's easy, right? From the Mediterranean Sea, you can travel from the Mediterranean Sea up to modern day Kazakhstan, which is near the Black Sea, right? In our last presentation, we show how you had Jews living in far regions like Bithynia and Pontus and Cappadocia near the Black Sea, right? So there had already been a history of Israelites going as far as there. Very important to understand. This is stuff that we just look over, right? Let's continue. It says it was an ingredient in the anointing oil, right? And mentioned in the Chester Beatty medical papyri of 1300 BC. Additionally, Dan colonized Cyprus, which had copper mines, right? So when we look at Tarshish in a bit, right? Tarshish, they were getting things like silver, iron, and tin as well, right? So this is important to understand what was going on, right? You have the diaspora, the spreading of the seed of Israel from its inception, right? First Kings chapter 9 and verse 26. It says King Solomon made a navy of ships in Ezion-Geber, which is beside Aloth on the shore of the Red Sea and the land of Edom. So Edom is south of Judea, right? The Red Sea empties into the Indian Ocean. So they were all over the place, right? It says, and Hiram sent in the navy his servants, shipmen that had knowledge of the sea, with the servants of Solomon. And they came to Ophir and fetched from thence gold, 420 talents, and brought it to King Solomon, right? Second Chronicles chapter 9, it says, and all the drinking vessels of King Solomon were of gold, and the vessels of the house of the forest of Lebanon were of pure gold. None were of silver. It was not anything accounted for in the days of Solomon. For the king's ships went to Tarshish with the servants of Hiram. Every 3 years, once came the ships of Tarshish, bringing gold and silver, ivory. So this is coming from Africa, and apes and peacocks, right? This is from all over the place, right? I think at the time, peacocks were in India. So they were all over the place, getting all types of goods, right? More on the ships of Tarshish, right? Second Chronicles chapter 9, verse 35. And after this did Jehoshaphat, king of Judah, join himself unto Ahaziah, king of Israel, who did very wickedly. And he joined himself with him to make ships to go to Tarshish. So they have a plan to go to Tarshish to get all these goods, right? And they made ships in Ezion-Geber, the same place where King Solomon had a navy with Hiram. Then Eleazar, the son of Dovada of Merishah, prophesied against Jehoshaphat, saying, because thou hast joined thyself to Ahaziah, YAHAWAH have broken thy works, and the ships were broken, and they were not able to go to Tarshish. So some people believe that Tarshish is in Spain, right? Let's look at a little geography, right? You got Israel right here, northern kingdom, Judah, right? You have Edom down here. You have the Red Sea down here. Spain is all the way over here. In order to get over there, you would have to go around Africa to get there. But guess what? They were going and getting ivory and apes and all types of stuff. Again, this is just showing that global network of trade that had been going on thousands of years ago, right? Let's continue. We even see prophetically in Isaiah 60, right, in verse 9, surely the isles shall wait for thee, for me. The ships of Tarshish first to bring thy sons from far. So you had Israelites traveling far. The ships of Tarshish are going to bring back our people from far because we were scattered to the four corners of the earth. It didn't start in 70 AD, right? Let's continue. It says, their silver and their gold with them unto the name of Yahawah thy God, into the Holy One of Israel, because he have glorified thee, right? So more on the tribe of Dan. Oh, it's about to start getting really, really good, right? So Dan, right, in Genesis 49, right, this is what our forefather Jacob, a prophet in his own right, prophesied about Dan. Now, there's been a lot of talk lately about the 12 tribes chart and how people are calling it into question, right, because their elders didn't come up with it, right? And with that said, right, a lot of people don't understand what the 12 tribes chart is, right, and what it's not, right? The 12 tribes chart is not saying that every so-called African American is from the tribe of Judah. It's a compass, right? It shows it's a map, right? We understand through history that many people, right, including the indigenous peoples of North America, were reclassified as Black or African American. So not every African American is from the tribe of Judah. Some of you niggas are from Gad. Some of you niggas are from Reuben. Some of you niggas are from Dan. Let's keep it a buck, right? But let's continue, right? Dan shall judge his people as one of the tribes of Israel. Dan shall be a serpent by the way, an adder in the path that biteth the horse heels, so that his rider shall fall backward. What does this mean? Dan is a serpent in the path, in the way, right? A snake, when he's in a path, he leaves what? A trail, right? Pay attention. Deuteronomy chapter 33 and verse 22. Here's Moses blessing the 12 tribes. Simeon's the only one that's not mentioned, right? Verse 22. And of Dan, he said, Dan is a lion's whelp. He shall leap from Bashan. Now, a lion's whelp is a young adolescent lion. And when a lion is an adolescent, right, he's on demon time. He's trying to take everything. He's going to the next pride. He's going to fight the king there. He's going to kill him. He's going to kill all his babies, and he's going to take his bitches. That's how lions get down. And Moses is saying that Dan is like that. He's a lion's whelp, and he shall leap from Bashan. Bashan is the region, part of the allotment of the tribe of Manasseh. Very important to pay attention to, right? Let's continue, right? Joshua 19 and 47. And the coast of the children of Dan went out too little for them. Therefore, the children of Dan went up to fight against Lashem, which is also called Laish in the scriptures. Now, Laish, coincidentally enough, is another word that means lion in Hebrew. So Dan went to a place in Bashan, right, that was called Lashem or Laish, which Laish means lion. Dan, as a lion's whelp, went there and he took it and smote it with the edge of the sword and possessed it and dwelt therein and called Lashem or Laish Dan, after the name of Dan, their father. This is what Dan would do. He's an adder in the path. He's going to leave a trail. And what Dan does is he leaves his name everywhere that he goes. Very important to understand when we look at history, right? Let's continue. Judges chapter 5 and verse 17. It says, Gilead abode beyond Jordan. And why did Dan remain in ships? So this is a war. Woo, this is cold, right? This is a war that was going on, right? During the time of Deborah, where you have Sisera, right? And if you know anything about Sisera, right, and the sea peoples, right, one of the sea peoples are called the Shardana. Shardana, scholars say that Shardana is Sardinia. Sardinia is an island near Italy, right? They're one of the sea peoples. One of the other sea peoples are called the Pelashet, which are the Philistines. And then you also have the Dania, which are the tribe of Dan, right? And Deborah's talking about, well, why wasn't Dan here to help? Why was Dan remaining in ships at this time? Because Dan was on the move. Dan was a lion's whelp, going and taking shit. That's what Dan was on, right? It says Asher continued on the seashore and abode in his breaches. So Asher didn't go up to help fight them, right? Because Asher also got involved with it too, right? With these peoples, as we're going to continue to learn more about in future lessons and installments, right? Read Judges 18 and verse 1, 2, and then 7.
This is the book of Judges, chapter 18, verse 1. In those days, there was no king in Israel. And in those days, the tribe of the Danites sought them an inheritance to dwell in. For unto that day all their inheritance had not fallen unto them amongst the tribes of Israel.
Come on.
Verse 2, and the children of Dan sent of their family 5 men from their coast, men of valor, from Zorah and from Ashtaol, to spy out the land and to search it. And they said unto them, go search the land. Who, when they came out of Mount Ephraim to the house of Micah, they lodged there.
Right, so they're in Ephraim's land at this point, right? Read on.
Verse 7, then the 5 men departed and came to Laish, and saw the people that were therein, how they dwelt careless after the manner of the Zidonians.
So now this Laish, right? People that were living there, they were living like the Zidonians, right? The Canaanites, right? Continue.
Quiet and secure, and there was no magistrate in the land that might put them to shame in anything. And they were far from the Zidonians and had no business with any man.
Right, let's move on. Right, jump down to verse 11. We'll read 11 through 14.
Verse 11, and there went from thence of the family of the Danites out of Zorah and out of Ashtaol 600 men appointed with weapons of war.
So now Dan's about to take some stuff, right? Read on.
And they went up and pitched in
Kirjath Jearim.
Say it again.
Kirjath Jearim.
In Judah.
In Judah, the land of Judah. Read on.
Wherefore they called that place
Mahanadan. So now they have their name in that city as well. So they're in Judah's land, right? And they're naming a city after their father. Again, Dan is an adder by the way. He's going to leave a trail. He's going to leave his name everywhere, right? Again, I said earlier, right, how the Spartans or the Lacedaemonians that we read about in the book of Maccabees, that's the tribe of Dan. Lacedaemon is Lacedaemon. Those are Danites, right? Even this is after the Assyrian captivity. You still had Dan in that land and in that area, right? Continue.
Verse 14.
Finish out 12.
Oh, yeah, verse 12. Right, that place, Mahanadan, unto this day, behold, it is behind
Kirjath Jearim.
Yeah. Kirjath Jearim. Say it again.
Kirjath Jearim.
So that's Jearim.
Yeah.
Kirjath Jearim. Salakia, y'all. Right, verse 13. And then passed thence unto Mount Ephraim and came unto the house of Micah. Verse 14. Then answered the 5 men that went to spy out the country in Laish, and said unto their brethren, do ye know that there is in this house of an ephod and a teraphim and a graven image and a molten image? Now therefore consider what ye have to do.
So now, right, this is the situation where they take this Ephraimites idols, right, and then take his priests, because Israel was into heavy idolatry at this time. There was no king in Israel. Niggas was doing whatever the hell they wanted to do, right? They were not worshiping Yahawah. That's why we had this continuous cycle of us going to captivity after captivity after captivity during the time of the judges, right? Verse 27, jump down, and we'll read 27 to 31.
And they took the things which Micah had made,
the idols,
and the priests which he had made, and came unto Laish, unto a people that were quiet, and secure. And they smote them with the edge of the sword and burnt the city with fire.
Read on.
And there was no deliverer, because it was far from Zidon. And they had no business with any man. And it was in the valley that lieth by Bethrahab. And they built a city and dwelt therein. And they called the name of that city Dan, after the name of Dan, their father, who was
the same thing that we read about in Joshua, right? This is laYAHAWAH or Lashem, right? The same situation, right? They named it Dan because they were adder in the way, right? Read on.
Howbeit, the name of the city was laIsh at the first.
So laIsh is in Bashan, right? Which is in Manasseh's territory. Moses said that Dan is a lion's whelp, and he shall leap from Bashan. From here, he's out, right? Continue.
Con.
Verse 30.
Verse 30. And the children of Dan set up the graven image, and Jonathan, the son of Gershom, the son of Moses, he and his sons were priests up to the tribe of Dan until the day of the captivity of the land.
Come on.
And they set up Micah's graven image, which he made all the time that the house of God was in Shiloh.
So this is again during the time when we get to Eli and Samuel. That's when the tabernacle is in Shiloh, right? So Dan was on idolatry from Rip, and they were going amongst the heathen. And what were they going to do amongst the heathen? Be like the heathen. Important to understand what's going on during the time in which the apostles are going around the Greco-Roman world. Because you got Israelites, whether they're Northern Kingdom or Southern Kingdom, all around at that time. All right. Boom. Right. So again, so here we have a map, right? You got Dan allotment right here. He goes to laIsh, which is up in the area of Bashan, which is Manasseh's territory, which is not too far from Sidon, not too far from Tyre. And from here, they are going to leap. Important to understand, right? This is from Josephus' Antiquity of the Jews, book 5, chapter 3 and 1, right? Let me just pull this up real quick. Chapter 3. Let me pull this up. Fuck it, I'm going to read it, right? So it says, now it happened that the tribe of Dan suffered in like manner with the tribe of Benjamin, and it came to do so on the occasion following, when the Israelites had already left off the exercise of their arms for war, and were intent upon their husbandry, and the Canaanites despised them and brought together an army, not because that they expected to suffer by them, but because they had a mind to have a sure prospect of treating the Hebrews ill when they pleased, and might thereby for the time to come dwell in their own cities the more securely. They prepared therefore their chariots and gathered their soldiery together. Their cities also combined together and drew over to them Ashkelon and Ekron. Ashkelon and Ekron was ruled by the Philistines, right? Let's continue. It says, which were within the tribe of Judah, and many more of those that lay in the plain, as they also forced the Danites to fly into the mountainous country, important to understand, and left them not the least portion of the plain country, and set their foot on. Since then, these Danites were not able to fight them, and had not land enough to sustain them. They sent 5 of their men into the midland country to seek for a land which they might remove their habitation. So these men went as far as the neighborhood of Mount Libanus. Family, Mount Libanus is Mount Lebanon, which is north of Sidon. And it says in the fountains of the lesser Jordan, at the great plain of Sidon. So they're up near Sidon the whole time, right? And a day's journey from the city. And when they had taken a view of the land and found it to be good and exceeding fruitful, they acquainted their tribe with it. Whereupon they made expedition with the army and built the city of Dan, of the same name with the tribe of the son of Jacob, and of the same name of their own tribe, right? So this is Josephus attesting to this as well, right? Now, when we look at Deuteronomy chapter 33 and verse 22, where Moses is blessing Dan, it says that Dan is a lion's whelp and he shall leap from Bashan. This word for leap in the Hebrew is the word zanak, right? It means to shoot an arrow, especially to a great distance. This is what it means that Dan would leap from Bashan, right? Again, Dan was right here. He made his way into Judah, camped there, named the town after his own family, went up to the land of Ephraim, all right, went up into Manasseh, took laIsh in the land of Bashan, in Manasseh's land. From there, they're going up to Mount Lebanon, which is even further north, right? And from laIsh, they would leap, right? Go far distances. Very important to understand, right? So we have just established that Dan was engaged in maritime trade with the Canaanites and will go to far distances per prophecy. We will show their migration historically as well, right? This is for the purpose of demonstrating that Dan, along with Judah and other tribes, established colonies all throughout the Mediterranean and beyond, because they were getting what? Goods for trading, right? In the Bronze Age, you need copper and you need tin. Right, there was just about a year or so ago, there was they found a bunch of shipwrecks off the shores of Israel, right? And they found also a bunch of ingots, right? Ingots are like a clump of metal, right? And a blacksmith's facility or whatever. And they determined that the tin there was sourced from Great Britain. And I have a source that we're going to go into talking about how the Phoenicians, right, how they were going up to Great Britain to get tin, right? Let's continue, right? So we will demonstrate how the term Phoenician was used as a generic term by Greeks to describe Levantine people, right? Which means people from the Levant, which would include Israelites and Canaanites, right? King Hiram of Tyre, was he a Canaanite? Put a 1 in the chat if you think King Hiram of Tyre was a Canaanite. I always thought that he was a Canaanite too. But let's see. 1 Kings 7-14. He was a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali. So people read this to say that, oh, his mom was of the tribe of Naphtali. No. We're going to demonstrate how he's from the tribe of Naphtali. And we're going to show how his mom's not from the tribe of Naphtali, right? It says he was a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father was a man of Tyre, a worker in brass, and he was filled with wisdom and understanding and cunning to work all works in brass. And he came to King Solomon and wrought all his work, right? 2 Chronicles 2:14, the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan. So Dan was all the way up there, right? His mom's a Danite. And his father was a man of Tyre, skillful to work in gold. So is there a contradiction here? No, let's continue. And in silver and in brass and in iron and in stone and in timber and purple and blue and fine linen and in crimson, also to grave any manner of graving, and to find out every device which shall be put to him with thy cunning men, and with cunning men of my lord David thy father. Right. So now this is Josephus' Antiquities of the Jews, book 8, chapter 3, verse 4. It says, now Solomon sent for an artificer out of Tyre, whose name was Hiram. He was by birth of the tribe of Naphtali. On the mother's side, she was of that tribe, but his father was of the stock of the Israelites. So it's saying that Hiram, his father's an Israelite. If your father's an Israelite, you're an Israelite, right? So this is a book called "Who Were the Phoenicians" by Nassim R. Ganor, right? It says in 1 Kings 7:13-14, we read, and the king Solomon sent and fetched Hiram out of Tyre. He was a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father was a man of Tyre. It is also told that Hiram constructed the temple. The same story with slight variations is found in the book of Chronicles, where Hiram, king of Tyre, sends an experienced man to King Solomon to build the temple. And now I have sent a cunning man endued with understanding of Huran, my father's, the son of a woman of the daughter of Dan, and his father was a man of Tyre. The name of this man is mentioned only in chapter 4, verse 11, in Huram, which is Hiram, made the pots and the shovels and the basins, and Hiram finished the work he was to make for King Solomon for the house of God, to have the same narrative with slight variations, with the same name, Hiram, Huram, in both verses, referring to the same construction, the temple, right? So this guy is saying that there's two different Hirams here, right? That's what he's saying. But Josephus is telling us that Hiram was an Israelite, right? Let's continue. It goes on to say, but on the point, they seem to contradict each other. The book of Kings speaks of Hiram as a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali, and his father a man of Tyre, whereas the book of Chronicles speaks of him as the son of a woman of the daughters of Dan, and his father as a man of Tyre. From both these verses, scholars assume as if Hiram was an Israelite only on his mother's side, while his father was a Canaanitian. And that the names Dan and Naphtali, right? This is page 153, right? Or in page 154, an error was introduced by a copyist. It was also concluded that the Israelite temple was copied from Phoenician temple construction. As a matter of fact, there is no contradiction between these two verses. In the Hebrew text, the one verse reads, Ben Isha min benot Dan, which equals son of a woman of the daughter of Dan. The Dan refers to the word Isha, which is woman, i.e. Hiram's mother, is from the tribe of Dan, also translated into English. In the second verse, the Hebrew reads, Ben Isha almanah ho mimat Naphtali. Translated, he was a widow's son of the tribe of Naphtali. But the name Naphtali in the Hebrew text refers to the word ho, which means he, i.e. Hiram himself is from the tribe of Naphtali and not the widow. In other words, Hiram is from the tribe of Naphtali, while his mother is from the tribe of Dan. It must be remembered that tribal affiliation was by the house of the father. Hence, Hiram was from the tribe of Naphtali by the house of his father, whereas his mother was from the tribe of Dan. When the text adds, and his father was a man of Tyre, this is to inform the reader that although his father was of the tribe of Naphtali, he resided where? In Tyre. Why was it necessary to make this remark? Because it was the tribe of Asher which had conquered Tyre and settled there, and not the tribe of Naphtali. So you got Asher, Naphtali, and Dan all there in Tyre, as well as Zidon, right? Let's continue. It says Hiram was then an Israelite both on his father's and on his mother's side. Josephus writes about Hiram, who was a Naphthalite descent on his mother's side, for she was of that tribe, and whose father was Urias, an Israelite by race. This means he regards him as an Israelite on both sides, except that he substitutes the tribe of Dan with the tribe of Naphtali on the mother's side. To sum up, names such as Zidonian or Tyrian do not indicate that the intention is non-Israelites. I'm going to read it again. To sum up, names such as Sidonian or Tyranian do not indicate that the intention is non-Israelites, right? I'm an Israelite from the tribe of Judah. I'm from Brooklyn. When I lived there, I would be considered a Brooklynite because I resided in Brooklyn, right? Ariel the Brooklynite does not mean that I'm an Edomite or a Moabite or an Ammonite or any other other than Israelite, right? I moved to Philadelphia. I'm now considered a Philadelphian. I say that reluctantly, right? But again, this is the example. Just because you see the term Zidonian, Tyranian, and by extension Phoenician, it does not mean non-Israelite. Let's continue. They are by no means synonymous with Canaanites, as most scholars seem to believe. The Hiram that built the temple was an Israelite, and his name is identical with the Hiram, king of Tyre. Why should we see this foreign name, right? So let's continue, right? So the terms Tyranian, Zidonian, and by extension Phoenician are not limited to Canaanites. This is evident with Hiram of Tyre, who is attested by Josephus and other scholars as being an Israelite despite living and ruling in Tyre, which is a Phoenician sister city of Sidon, right? Let's read 2 Samuel chapter 24 and verse 1. We're going to read about David numbering Israel, right? I'm showing you history with the Bible, right? The other guys, they're not showing you this history. They don't know this history, right? The niggas who are saying that, oh, Act 17 kills one West Hebrew Israelites, blah, 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 blah. These niggas can't name you one Epicurean philosopher. They can't name you one Stoic philosopher. They can't tell you what they taught. They can't tell you none of that stuff. They just want to save the white man, right? But let's read.
This is 2 Samuel 24 verse 1. And again, the anger of Yahawah was kindled against Israel, and he moved David against them to say, go number Israel and Judah. Verse 4. Notwithstanding, the king's word prevailed against Joab and against the captains of the host.
So his man telling him, bro, you can't do that. Nigga, that's for the Levites. What are you doing? But God did it for a purpose because he was mad at Israel. Read on.
And Joab and the captains of the host went out from the presence of the king to number the people of Israel.
Right.
And they passed over Jordan and pitched in Aurora on the right side of the city that lieth in the midst of the river of Gad, and toward Jazer. Verse 6. Then they came to Gilead and Gilead, and to the land of
Tahtim Hoshai.
Yeah, I ain't gonna try. And they came to Dan Ja'an and about to Zidon.
So Dan Ja'an, there's Dan's name again, right? And about to Zidon. So they're going to number Israel. And Zidon. Why? Let's continue.
Verse 7. And came to the stronghold of Tyre.
Tyre. Why are they going to Tyre if Tyre is this Canaanite? Because there's Israelites there during the time of David. Let's continue.
And to all the cities of the Hivites and of the Canaanites, and they went out to south Salakia, and they went out to the south of Judah, even to Beersheba. So when they had gone through all the land, they came to Jerusalem at the end of 9 months and 20 days.
Come on.
And Joab gave up the sum of the number of the people unto the king. And there were in Israel 800,000 valiant men that drew the sword. And the men of Judah were 500,000 men.
So they numbered Israel, right? The Most High God moved David to do this because he was mad at Israel. Well, why was he mad at Israel? Because niggas were worshiping other gods, living amongst the Canaanites. They didn't kill the Canaanites as God told them to, but they were living as the Canaanites, with the Canaanites, and worshiping their gods. That's why we see what happens. David's given a choice. Either famine for a certain amount of time or death angel is going to wipe a bunch of niggas out. And that's what continued to happen. But we're showing this that because so as far back as the time of David, you had Israelites or Jews living in Tyre and Zidon, i.e. Phoenicia or Phoenicia. And if you live there, you would be considered what? A Phoenician. If you live in Tyre, you're a Tyrenian. If you live in Zidon, you're a Zidonian, right? And Tyre is a city, is an island city, right? So let's continue, right? So this is from a source from the Levantine Review, Volume 4, Number 2 from winter of 2015.
If I may interject, just think on a practical level. We're still like this, you know. You got brothers that just clean hood. They you know, I got my town tatted on me from being a knucklehead in the streets. Like, it wasn't far-fetched for Israelites themselves to just attach themselves and their identity to a place where they resided at.
Mm-hmm. Right? And we see all throughout the scriptures, people are called the place where they're from, right? I forgot which prophet is called the Morishite, right? You got Elijah, he's called I forgot what Elijah's called, but that's the place in which he lived, right? So you got the Jezreelite, right? You got the like those are places, right? Mm-hmm. So very important to understand, right? So this is from the Levantine Review, right? You can click on this link at the bottom to go to this website, right? So it says, let us review the stations of our journey, whose travel log is to diffuse, whose evidence is fragmentary, but an intuitive sensibility has carried us along to the mysterious paths of potential discovery. It began in ancient times with Israel and Lebanon, neighboring Lebanese Phoenician and Israelite/Hebrew peoples with their shared community of relations and language. The tribe of Asher even lived in Cyprus. So here's a source saying that Asher was living in Cyprus, which is right off the coast of where? Of Dan, Judah, and Asher, right? It says, with its Phoenician presence. So Asher is being called Phoenician. The population census in the time of King David, including Tyre and Zidon to the north. Even after the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BC, Hebrews from Zebulun and Asher remained in the northern Galilee/southern Lebanon terrain, right? We read about in the New Testament, you got Anna of the tribe of Asher. You had Northern Kingdom still there, right? Let's continue. Our voyage continued across the Mediterranean Sea and to the north with the Semitic origin Carthaginian people in contact with Jews and the possibility of their conversion to Judaism after the fall of Carthage. The Talmud records the phrase from Zor, which is Tyre, to Cartagena, probably the city of the Spanish coast and not the Carthage of North Africa. That reflects the Tyrrhenian mother city's excursions that Jews were aware of, and I would say are also a part of, right? Let's continue. The mingling of the two peoples acquired further substantiation from the report that King Solomon was attracted to Astarte, right? Goddess of Sidon, which we read about in the book of Kings, chapter 11. Furthermore, 9th century BC, King Ahaz of Samaria, the northern kingdom of Israel, wedded Jezebel, daughter of Ithbaal, the king of Zidon, and worshipped the god of Baal. Thereafter, Athaliah, Jezebel's daughter, married Joram, of the king of Judea. Lebanese religious cults entangled the Israelite kings, and the prophets of Israel berated the Phoenician pantheon that celebrated Tyrrhenian and Zidonian gods. The fall of Lebanese commercial port cities at the hands of Assyria and Babylon was not a mournful development in the eyes of Isaiah and Ezekiel. The possible consequence of military operations and population movements northward and southward between Israel and Lebanon means that Lebanese are really Israelites, or at least that the two people intermixed. This intimates that the Phoenicians were Jews, perhaps pseudo-Jews, that is to say descendants from the tribes of Israel. Freud suggests that when Herodotus mentioned the Phoenicians, he most probably meant the Jews. Right, we're going to go into some accounts from Herodotus as well. Right, noteworthy was King Hiram of Tyre, who loved King David, providing workers and wood to his son King Solomon for building of the temple in Jerusalem. Right? Is it what now?
Sorry, I'll be right back. I'll take.
As a result, the Jewish temple of Jerusalem, Bayath HaMikdash, is called Bayath Ya'ar, right? House of the Lebanese forest, and Lebanon itself referred to as the forest of the land of Israel, right? The father of Hiram was from the tribe of Naphtali, and his mother from the tribe of Dan. They lived in Tyre. Radak, the acronym for Rabbi David Kimhi, the foremost medieval biblical commentator, relates that while King Solomon gave Hiram 20 cities in the Galilee, the Tyrrhenian king reciprocated by allocating to Solomon 20 cities in Lebanon to settle Israelites for the purpose of strengthening the alliance between the two monarchs and peoples. Thus, Israelites would be living in Lebanon, and Hiram sent sailors to work on behalf of Solomon. Another way of connecting the two peoples is to attribute to both a Canaanite identity. The familiar links between ancient Israel with Edom, Ammon, and Moab, along with the bearers of Israelite children by women from Haran, open up vistas of human blending of primeval Eastern history. King David later established an empire reaching into Damascus, which is in Syria, and Solomon extended that dominion eastward to Tadmor, which is Palmyra, in the Syrian desert, right? Important. So again, we have these key Epicurean poets and philosophers. You have Zeno of Sidon, you have Philodemus of Gadara, right? So in conclusion, one could argue that Zeno of Sidon was indeed an Israelite. Regardless, we know that Epicurean thought influenced the Jews, as did other schools of philosophy. Let's see what the scholars say, right? So this is the book, right? And I shared this on my story. And when I posted it, I said, rest in peace, death. This right here, death, dagger, bomb, right? So this is from page 158. I have the physical book in my hand, right? It says, in the earliest rabbinic literature, a peculiar Mishnah provides evidence that the belief in resurrection distinguished groups from underscored legitimacy. Page 159, continuing, it says, all Israel shall share in the world to come, as it is said, thy people shall all be righteous. They shall inherit the land forever, the branch of the planting, of my planting, the work of my hands, that I might be glorified. Isaiah 16:21. And these are the ones who have no portion in the world to come. He who says there is no resurrection of the dead, to be derived from the Torah. The Torah does not come from heaven, right? And it says, and an Epicurean. R. Akiva says, also, he who reads heretical books and he who whispers over a wound and says, I will put none of the diseases on you that I will put on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you. Abba Saul says also, he who pronounces the divine name as it is spelled out, right? So again, you have Mishnaic writings, right, from 1st and 2nd century Jews talking about how Epicureans are not going to have part in the world to come. And who's going to rule the world to come? The Israelites, right? Hence Isaiah 60, right? Us being a light to the nations. They're saying that those who deny the resurrection, which would be Sadducees, right? They're not going to have a part in that, right? Let's continue. Page 161. It says, the Epicureans, while never achieving the respectability of the Stoics, achieved considerable popularity, right? I'm not going to continue reading this, but this right here just shows that Stoicism, again, lined up more so with biblical teachings than Epicureanism, right? Page 162, right? It says, in the Tosfeta, a denial of the resurrection and denial of Torah are listed with Epicureanism as transgressions that earn permanent punishment. 3 types of recompense await: eternal life, eternal punishment, and temporary punishment. I have condensed the text to include the relevant material. The House of Shammai says there are 3 groups, one for eternal life and one for shame and everlasting contempt. And they quote Daniel 12:2. There are those who are completely evil. An intermediate group go down to Gehenna and scream and come up again and are healed. But heretics, apostates, traitors, Epicureans, those who deny the Torah, those who separate from the way of the community. Why would this writer be saying that Epicureans are separated from the way of the community? Who is the community? The Israelites, the Jews. Epicureans separated from the community. This is letting us know that these Epicureans are what? Are Jews. Let's continue. Those who deny the resurrection of the dead, and whoever both sinned and caused the public to sin, for example, Jeroboam and Ahab, and those who sent their arrows against the land of the living and stretched out their hand against the and here's where gets put in the dirt. Page 163, right? Lawfully a habitation, Gehenna, is locked behind them, and they are judged therein for all generations. As in the Mishnah and the Sanhedrin, those who deny the providential God and deny resurrection of the dead undercut the authority of the rabbis and are placed beyond divine mercy. A second factor may have made Epicureans threatening to the earliest rabbis, namely their congeniality to rabbinic ideals. Like the rabbis, Epicureans. All right, let me just read it from the actual book. Right, I'm tripping. Hard for me to see. Right, you guys can see it right there on the screen, highlighted in green. Watch this. It goes on to say, like the rabbis, Epicureans promoted the ideal of the philosopher/sage, the moderate, disciplined life, the joy of study, the cultivation of community of learners, and the cult of friendship, and the unity of body and soul. In a general way, the rabbis may have experienced competition with the Epicureans, a group who outwardly shared some of their ethics and way of life, but who dangerously denied the root of the rabbinic system, a just God who attends to human beings. Right? Epicureans believe that the gods don't care nothing about humanity and just let humanity do whatever the hell they want to do and allow evil to happen. Hence the Epicurean paradox. Hence why Epicurus says, don't fear God, don't fear death, blah, 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 right? And we've already demonstrated how Epicurean thought infiltrated Antigonus of Sicily, a Jew, and that was taught to who? Zadok and Beothus, who are the people who gave way to the sects known as the Sadducees and the Beathusians, right? Let's continue. It goes on to say, these Epicureans are Jews. The first 2 groups in the Mishnah, the Torah deniers and the resurrection deniers would not be much interested if they were not Jews. Furthermore, the list of people condemned in the Tosfeda is of people who were part of the Jewish community, but whose relationship is to it is now fractured. Heretics, apostates, traitors, Epicureans, those who deny the Torah, those who separate from the ways of the community, those who deny the resurrection of the dead, and whoever both sinned and caused public to sin, for example, Jeroboam and Ahab. These last two are viewed by the Deuteronomists as Israelites who compromise the worship of YAHWH. These Epicureans then are likely Jews attracted to and perhaps professing a form of Epicureanism. Let's drop a man. I wish I had a soundboard. That's a bomb.
Put them bombs in the chat, man.
Right, let me get bombs in the chat. Bombs in the chat. All praise to the Most High. These niggas are cooked, right? So let's revisit some information that we reviewed during the Cornelius breakdown, right? If you guys haven't watched the Cornelius breakdown, make sure you guys watch it, right? After this presentation. Make sure you watch this presentation from beginning to end. It's jam-packed with information, with history that is pertinent for understanding what's going on in the New Testament. If you don't understand this stuff, you're going to get confounded by Christians and Hebrew Christianites like just keep it in a buck, right? Again, can we put on the false prophet song again? Let's continue, right? So again, key Hellenistic institutions, you have the gymnasium, you have the Ephebion, where young men were educated in military philosophy and literary studies, which would include poetry, right? This is the book that I brought out last time in that presentation, Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews, right? By Victor Jarakova, who is a so-called Ishman, right? He was born in St. Petersburg, Russia. He moved to Berlin. He moved to Israel, became a founding faculty member at the Hebrew University, and he was named the head of Department of Classics and History. So this is a scholar. This guy's a doctor, right? They respect when the white man says it, right? Hence all their new content. They respect when the white man says it. So I'm going to show you what the white man said, right? So I had the opportunity of finding this book via PDF, and it's listed in the link of in the source links at the end of the presentation. So you guys could download this full book, right? What's good about this book is you can go to the index and you can find any term you're looking for and find what page is on in this book, right? This book is a treasure trove. This kills it kills them, right? Let's continue. It says that the citizen educated his son in the municipal educational institutions, the gymnasium and the Ephebion, which were the very embodiment of the spirit of Hellenism. Here the young citizens received their Hellenic education, developed their strength and agility by physical exercise, and learned poetry. Why is that important? Because Paul quotes I'm going to spoil it, a Stoic poet. We're going to get into who that is, right? I guarantee you the brothers at cannot name you who Paul's quoting without Googling it. Let's continue. It says, here the young citizens received their Hellenic education, developed their strength and agility by physical exercise, and learned poetry, and music. And as such, an education was not imposed on the citizens as an absolute duty. No one deliberately avoided it. The Oriental peoples were ignorant of the gymnasic education, and the physical culture was generally alien to their outlook. Hence, the gymnasia became the symbols of Hellenism as a whole. And whoever could prove his membership in one thereby confirmed his Greek origin, the gymnasiarch, the citizen upon whom had been imposed the conduct of the gymnasium and the satisfaction of its monetary requirements, was regarded by the citizen as one of the most honored men in the city. Very important to understand, right? So it's going to be important as we move forward. An interconnection existed, moreover, between the gymnasia and the athletic contests, which were held in large cities every 4 years, which is the Olympics, and were participated in by, right? So now I'm going to a different page because that was the point, right? Right here, I'm going to read the second paragraph and the third paragraph, right? This is page 297. Let me just pull it up on my book, right? So check this out, family. I'm going to read this. It says, theoretically, The Jewish community was open to every Jew who had come from another country to settle in the place where the community existed. But the continual emigration from Palestine, which caused the flourishing of the communities in various countries, also caused a division in the community itself. The civic status, pay attention to the term civic status, of the Jews in the Greek world was not the same for all members of the community. Those who had first enjoyed certain rights, while the new immigrants were looked upon as foreigners. So that means if you were a Jew that came to a certain area earlier on, you were considered a citizen, right? Let's continue. And you would engage in the civic duties of citizens. You would be educated in what? In the Ephebion, in the gymnasium, right? Let's continue, right? It goes on to say, within the community existed aristocratic groups which constituted the upper stratum of society, and side by side with them, the broad sections of the population, including chiefly those immigrants who had arrived later. Sometimes several communities existed in one city. The reason for whose separateness from one another cannot be now be determined, right? It can be determined because these niggas was getting, they were rich. These niggas was low, right? A lot of these niggas was keeping pagan customs, and some of these niggas like, nah, we're not getting down with that, right? Let's continue. It says these divisions and disputes within the community did not, however, affect the existence of the community itself, and probably no single Jew remained outside of the bounds of its organization, except those who had voluntarily excluded themselves from the generality and had abandoned both the Jewish community and Judaism in order to become assimilated among the Jews. Hellenizing Jews of this type were to be found in every locality. And we have no means by determining their number. We shall see further the Hellenization did not make departure from Jewish community obligatory. The less so because, as a rule, it brought few real benefits. The Jews enjoyed many privileges, and it was not always worthwhile giving them up in order to enter Greek society, which was not at all inclined to welcome Jews readily, right? But again, niggas still did it, right? So why did I bring these two things out, right? Again, you were educated in these different areas, right? You were allowed to be part of the civic duties of these different areas, these different towns, right? Here we are on page 358, right? Watch this. Page 358 and it's into page 359, right? So I'm gonna read the last. I'm just gonna read from where it says such. It says such detestation had been unknown to the Greeks previously. Their first encounter with the Jews had aroused no antipathy among them. On the contrary, they looked upon the Jews as members of a unique people entirely devoted to philosophical observations. For the record, the word philosophy, right, it's made up of two words: philo, which means love, and sophia, which means wisdom, love of wisdom. We're literally taught to love wisdom, right? The Torah is our philosophy. That's how we as Israelites are supposed to look at life, through the lens of the wisdom that the Most High God gave to us, right? So let's continue. It goes on to say, I have referred above in page 287 to Clericus of Soli's story of the meeting of Aristotle with a Jew who was a Greek, not only in language, but also in spirit. This Jew relates Clericus made the acquaintance of Aristotle and his pupils because he was interested in their philosophy. But in the end, they learned from him and not he from them. Clericus reveals in passant his knowledge of the Jews. The Jews are descendants of philosophers of India. They say that the philosophers are called Kalanoid among the Indians. Jews among the Syrians, the name is derived from their place of habitation, Judah. The name of their town, which is very strange, and what I'm not even going to try to pronounce. Oh, that's Jerusalem, right? That's how they say Jerusalem, right? So, again, you had Jews who were Greek in mindset and in language, right? So it is clear that Jews were Hellenized and would have been educated in various schools of philosophy. Now, what about the Stoics? Oh, what about the Stoics? So Stoicism was founded by a gentleman by the name of Zeno of Citium or Chittim, right? He was born in Chittim, which is Cyprus, in 334 BCE. Most scholars say that he was a Phoenician. Again, we already determined that the term Phoenician does not mean non-Israelite. Again, Phoenician does not mean non-Israelite, because Greeks would call people from the Levant and from that area, they would call them Phoenicians. Why? Because of the trade that was going on, right? He moved to Athens. He began teaching around 300 BCE. He died in Athens in 262 BCE, right? This is from New World Encyclopedia, right? This is linked at the end of the sources as well, right? Zeno of Chittim, the Stoic, right, is known as the founder of the Stoic school of Hellenistic philosophy. Born to the son of a merchant in Chittim, Cyprus, he came to Athens and began to study under Crates of Thebes, right? There's a Thebes in Egypt and there's a Thebes in Greece, right? The most famous cynic living in the time of in Greece. Zeno studied under several other philosophers, and at the age of 42 began the Stoic school named for the Stoa Porike, right, which means painted porch, where he used to teach. None of Zeno's written works have survived except the fragments quoted in the works of latter followers and critics. His teachings were further developed by his second successor, Chrysippus. Important, we're going to talk about him. And the ideas of the Stoics had significant influence on the Greeks and Romans, early Christianity, and the revival of humanism during the Renaissance. Again, early Christians were Jews, right? Stoicism, a lot of the tenets align with what the Torah already teaches, right? This is it continues. Zeno was born the son of a merchant in 33 BCE in the town of Citium, a Greek colony in Cyprus. Citium had a large Phoenician population, and there's evidence that Zeno himself was a Phoenician by birth. Most of the information about him comes from Diogenes, Laertius, Lives of the Eminent Philosophers. Zeno became a merchant himself, and apparently at the age of 30 was shipwrecked while transporting purple dye of Phoenicia and Piraeus. In Athens, he was attracted to the works of some philosophers in a bookshop, and just as Crates, the leading cynic philosopher of the time, was walking by, Zeno asked the shopkeeper where men like him could be found, and received the reply, "Follow that man." Zeno became a student of Crates and later studied under several other philosophers, including Stilpon of Megara. It goes on to say other accounts disregard the story of the shipwreck and say that Zeno simply sold his cargo and remained in Athens to study philosophy, right? Either way, right? It goes on to say that one of Diogenes' anecdotes related how Zeno's sense of social propriety was challenged by Crates, who asked him to carry a jar of lentil soup in public. When Crates saw Zeno trying to hide the jar from view, he rapped it sharply with his cane and broke it, so that the lentil soup ran down Zeno's legs. As Zeno ran away in embarrassment, Crates called after him, "Why run away, my little Phoenician?" Daggers, nothing terrible has befallen you. Several other anecdotes illustrates that Zeno exhibited the sarcasm and the penchant for shocking behavior common among the cynics, right? So now, Zeno was born in Cyprus, i.e. Chittim / Citium, which Dan colonized, right? Dan colonized Cyprus, right? Here's a book called History of Cyprus. Let me pull this up. History of Cyprus, right? Right. Let me find where I'm at. Give me 1 second. Right. Boom. Watch this. So I'm just going to read from. So, all right. Let's just read it from the top. So it says, without concerning ourselves with the identification of Nusi, which had been explained as Knossos, or as miswriting and misreading of Tarshish, we note the precise identification of Yadana with Yaman. It appears that there is no philological objection to the equation of Yaman with Javan or Yawan, right? Where we get Ionian. Both forms could not be used indifferently in the same dialect, but might correspond to each other in the different dialects. And Javan means Ionians. Out of all of this has been evolved the theory that the name of Danans, the Egyptian Dinian, is a component part of Yadanin, for which Yamani appears to be an equivalent. It is suggested that Yadana is the cuneiform rendering of the Isles of the Danans. Again, Dan remained in ships, right? I'm going to show you how a ton of scholars believe and identify the Danans, or the Dinian, which the Egyptians call them. It's the tribe of Dan, right? These are some of the sea peoples during what? The Bronze Age collapse, right? Let's continue. The word for isles is the same as the Hebrew Aya and the Egyptian Iwe, right? So Aya, right? Isle. It's the same word in the Greek, right? But so showing how Greek has its roots in Hebrew, right? Let's continue. But the Assyrians had no name for it. The Isles of Ladinian was probably the name by which both Syrians and Egyptians referred to Cyprus and other lands occupied by the Danans in the 12th and following centuries. But it is supposed that, not recognizing the word Isles, the Assyrians took over the combination of the single word. Homeric scholars have recognized that in the Odyssey, the name Danoi has an archaic tinge and is used of the older heroes of the days of the Trojan War. This is going to be important as we move forward as well, right? Let's continue. This fits in accurately with the fact that they are active in the time of Ramses III. By the time of Sargon, they had disappeared, and the Greeks who had taken their place were known as Ionians, Yavan to the Hebrews. So Ashur-Haddon's scribe, having apparently some historical knowledge to prevent the misunderstanding, is thought to have put the current name Yaman in apposition with Yadana, right? So again, they were in Cyprus, right? So now let's move forward, right? Now here is the dagger. Here is a book that I have right here in my hand. It's called Who's Who in the Bible, Old Testament, in the Apocrypha, the New Testament, right? So this is page 426. Let's go here. Watch this. This is where Nick died. Right, like Drago says, if he dies, he dies. Listen, guys, get the bombs ready to drop in the chat. Bombs over Dagdad, right? So this is the entry for Stoicism, right? Which is on page 426. Now, this bust of this individual, this is not Zeno, right? This is a Stoic philosopher by the name of Seneca, right? So it says, Stoics, the Greco-Roman philosophers who together with the Epicureans questioned the teachings of Paul in Athens and brought him to speak publicly at the Areopagus during the second journey in the years 50 to 52. Tradition, but without evidence, claims that the Stoic philosopher and statesman Seneca conducted a long correspondence with the Apostle Paul. Stoicism was essentially the philosophy of the establishment, meaning the upper echelon of society, and was essentially it says, and upheld the official moral standards of the Roman Empire. In origin, Stoicism was a school of philosophy founded at Athens by the Jew Zeno, 335 to 263 BC, and had many famous Roman and Greek exponents. The Stoics believed in law and the law of nature and the law of conscious. God was the immanent, all-pervading energy by which the world was created and sustained. Nature is controlled and ordered by an indwelling and divine logos or reason. The essence of man is his mind and capacity to understand his reasonable order within the world. The good man is the wise man who accepts his fate, detaches himself from the world outside himself, and masters his own reactions to that world. Thus, in theory, and often in practice, the Stoic achieved a self-centered freedom, happiness, and self-sufficiency, but without pity, pardon, or feeling. For the Stoic, God was an impersonal energy, and sin was an error in judgment that could be corrected. It was not surprising, therefore, that Paul's teachings about God as the maker and Lord of the heaven and earth, who now calls all men everywhere to repent, who has fixed a day on which he will judge the world in righteousness by someone already appointed by raising himself from the dead, was hardly likely to appeal to the Stoics. Such doctrines of a personal God demanding the personal obedience and personal judgment by a risen person were foreign to the thinking of the Stoic philosophers, right? And they, of course, are quoting Acts, the 17th chapter, right? But again, this source is letting us know that Zeno was a Jew. Rest in peace. Right? So the founder of the Stoics, Zeno of Citium, is generically called a Phoenician, and per the previous source is called a Jew. Let's look at some other Stoic philosophers. Chrysippus of Soli, who was born in Cilicia. Cilicia is where Paul was born. Tarsus is in Cilicia. He was born in 279 BCE. Is said to be a Phoenician of Phoenician origin, was the third head of the Stoic school, was the star pupil of Cleanthes, the second head of the Stoic school, and he died in Athens in 206 BCE, right? Now, this is from the Encyclopedia of Classical Philosophy. It's going into Chrysippus. He's from Cilicia. It goes on to say, presumably of Phoenician origin, right? So, and he moved to Athens. So again, this individual, more than likely a Jew, right? But let's continue. We've already proven that the term Phoenician was used to describe Israelites as well as Canaanites, as the Israelites lived amongst the Canaanites in Phoenicia all the way back to the time of David. Additionally, the tribes of Dan and Judah engaged in maritime trade with the Canaanites and mixed and mingled with them in various ways. But it goes even deeper. We will dive into the history of Cilicia, the same region the Apostle Paul was from. This is from Herodotus, right? This is from Herodotus' Histories 7.91, right? And I believe I have the link to this this website where you can find this. So it says the Cilicians furnished 100 ships, and these again had about their heads native helmets, and for shields they carried targets made of raw ox hide. They wore tunics of wool, and each man had 2 javelins and a sword. This last being made very like the Egyptian knives. These in old time were called Epicureans, and they got their latter name from Cilix, the son of Agenor, a Phoenician. The Pamphylians furnished 30 ships and were equipped in Hellenic arms. These Pamphylians are those who were dispersed from Troy together with Amphicochus and Chalcis. Now, Chalcis is important as well, right? I'm just trying to show you the history of these geographical locales, right? So this is the book, right? I have the PDF of it. It's called Phoenician Origin of Britons and Scots and Anglo-Saxons by L. Waddell, right? So it says, so intimately, indeed, were the Phoenicians identified with Cilicia. The latter classic Greek writers, when the exact relationship of Cilicia to the Phoenicians had become forgotten, still make the Cilicians to be the brothers of the Phoenicians. Phoenix and King Cadmus the Phoenician, this is on page 41, right? Going into page 42, are called the sons of Agenor, the first traditional king of the Phoenicians, and their brother was, that is the eponym of Cilicia, the Cilicia, right? Cilicia is just the anglicized way of saying Cilicia, right? There's no, that sound doesn't appear when you look at those Greek letters for Cilicia, Cilicia, right? Of the Greeks. And the ancient Phoenicians colonists from Cilicia proudly recorded their Cilician ancestry, like the author of our monument, and like the Apostle Paul, who boasted, saying, I am a Jew of Tarsus, a city of Cilicia, a citizen of no mean city, meaning I'm a citizen of an important city, right? Let's continue. It says, they thus not infrequently recorded their Cilician ancestry on their sacred monuments and tombstones in the foreign colonies, but also transplanted their cherished name Cilicia to some of their new colonies. Cilician colonists, like the author of our Newton inscription, were were in the habit of not returning to their native land. Strabo tells us patriotically they sometimes transplanted their homeland name of Cilicia to their new colonies. Thus, the name of their colonies on the Aegean seaboard, right? The Aegean Sea, seaboards of the Troad, south of Troy. So there's a connection between these Phoenicians of Cilicia and Troy or Troad, right? Pay attention. It gets really, really good, guys. This now leads us to the further discovery of an early Phoenician Cilician seaport colony in South Britain at Chelsea, right? So this right here, these are just Phoenician inscriptions in Cilicia, right? In this area, right? This right here just shows, right, a Phoenician presence and influence in Cilicia and as early as the 8th century BCE, right? As we can see, Cilicia was founded by Phoenicians, right? Let's continue. Now, the last guy we talked about, Chrysippus, he was a star pupil of Cleanthes of Assos. So this guy was born in Assos, Troas, which is Troy or the Troad, right? Troad, interchangeable, right? Which is in Asia Minor. He was born between 331 and 330 BCE. It's Troy, as I'm going to demonstrate, was founded by the descendants of Dardanus. And I'm going to demonstrate who Dardanus is in the Bible, right? He's the son of a guy named Phineas, which is a transliteration of Panya. He succeeded Zeno as the second head of the Stoic school. He is who Paul quotes in Acts 17. He died in Athens between 230 and 229 BCE, right? Guys, let's get these bombs ready. As we can see, Cilicia was founded by Phoenicians. Okay, no, I skipped, right? Boom, watch this. Let's look at the founding of Troas, right? So here in the same book, right, page 42, right, we see how we have that connection to Troad or South Troy, right? Sidebar, this source of colonies in southern Britain. This is where Dan and Judah were getting their tin, which is part of bronze making, right? This is from the Armstrong Institute of Biblical Archaeology. I'm subscribed to this channel on YouTube, right? I check out this channel all the time. They're always diving into amazing archaeological finds. Every year they do top 10 most fascinating finds of the year, right? And it's a really good source, right? I've been looking at this a lot because I had been working on a book that I was going to entitle "The Earth Helped the Woman," right? Which is a play on the book of Revelation. And the woman, of course, being Israel, and the earth being the heathen. The heathen helps substantiate our history and our claim to the Bible, right? So it says Israel's Bronze Age 10 from Britain, right? It says a recent study conclusively shows that 10 used for bronze production in Israel during the Bronze Age came from Cornwall, which is in Britain, substantiating what this book is talking about, right? It says, from where did ancient Israel source the tin it used to create bronze? Bronze consists of 90% copper and 10% tin, right? This is just a portion of this article. They have another article on this on the same topic as well, right? That I did not include. But anyway, it says many copper mines have been found in the area around Israel, such as Timnah and Fayon. And while the Middle East was not lacking in tin mines, they are of smaller local scale, not large enough to provide the amount of tin necessary to sustain the bronze consumption of the Mediterranean during the Bronze Age. Again, you need tin and copper to make bronze, right? So you got Dan going to Cyprus, which is Cyprus's name literally means copper, right? They're getting copper from there, right? And they got to get tin from places as well. It says the source of ancient Israel's tin has been debated for more than 2 centuries, but now a recent study led by Dr. Alon Williams from the Department of Archaeology at Durham University provides a conclusive answer. The study published in the Antiquity investigated 10 ingots discovered in the 14th to 13th century BCE, shipwrecks off the coast of Israel. It found that the tin was derived from mines in Cornwall and Devon in southwest Britain, one of the largest tin deposits in the world. Drop a bomb, right? So now let's continue. Who founded Troy/Troas? right? So here we have Genesis 38, right? Mayash, if you could read verse 27 through 30.
This is Genesis 38, verse 27. And it came to pass in the time of her travail, that behold, twins were in her womb. And it came to pass when she travailed that the one put out his hand, and the midwife took and bound up his hand a scarlet thread, saying, This came out first. And it came to pass, as he drew back his hand, that behold, his brother came out. And she said, How hast thou broken forth? This breach be upon thee. Therefore his name was called Pharez. Verse 30. And afterward came out his brother that had the scarlet thread upon his hand, and his name was called Zerah.
So this is showing a fight between Judah's literal sons, his twins, right? These are Judah's sons through Tamar, right? Pharez and Zerah. And the line of the Messiah comes through Pharez, right? So we got Zerah and Pharez. So there's tension in the house of Judah, right? From the beginning, right? And when we look at prophecy, it says that the Most High God is going to raise up the tabernacles of David and close up the breaches thereof. Pharez's name, Paratazah, literally means breach, and it's the same word that's used in Amos chapter 9, right? First Chronicles chapter 2, verse 5. It says the sons of Pharez, Hezron and Hamul, and the sons of Zerah, Zimri and Ethan and Haman and Kalkol and Dara, 5 of them in all, right? So Darda is also Darda, right? So here we have in 1 Kings 4 and 29, it says, and God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding exceeding much, and largeness of heart, even as the sand that is of the seashore. And Solomon's wisdom excelled the wisdom of all the children of the east country and all the wisdom of Egypt. For he was wiser than all men, than Ethan, the Ezrahite, and Haman, right? Which is Hayaman, right? Shout out to the brother Hayaman, right? That's how I gave him this name reading this, right? And Kalkol, right? That we just read about, right? Ethan, right? Boom, right? And Darda, the sons of Mahal, and his fame was in all nations round about, right? So we have Jews, right? Israelites boasting about the wisdom of of Solomon, and how his wisdom exceeded that of these Zerachites, right? One of which is called Darda, right? So this is a Judite. So we have Darda, right? In Greek, it's Darda, delta, alpha, rho, delta, alpha. Per Homer, Troy was founded by descendants of Dardanus. Dardanus literally is Darda with nos at the end. And they founded what? Dardania. Cleanthes of Assos was born in this place. If you look at this map, we see Dardania. Dardanus. Dardania is the region. The city is called Dardanus. The region is called Dardania, right? And the descendants of these individuals, which come from the tribe of Judah, founded Troy. Let's continue. But what about the nos at the end of Dardanus, right? So I asked ChatGPT, what does nos at the end of a male Greek name mean? Give me 1 second. Let me just pull this up. Give me 1 second, family. Bear with me. We are on page 121, right? Watch this. 121 of 182 slides, right? Just putting niggas to shame, right? So I asked, what does the nos at the end of the name of a male in the Greek of a Greek name mean? Now, mind you, right? When we look at Darda, right, it means pearl of knowledge. So it's talking about knowledge, wisdom. That's literally what Darda means, pearl of knowledge, right? So let's take a look, right? So it says the nos ending in the Greek names often relates to the ancient Greek word nous, meaning mind, intellect, or understanding, or the verb noemai, meaning to bring home, forming names that signify a connection to thought or safely bringing something or someone back, while os is a common masculine noun adjective ending in Greek, like Gregorios. The nos specifically points to a deeper etymological roots and core Greek concepts, often appearing in the names like Infinos, meaning he who brings safely home, right? So then I asked, well, what does nus at the end of a male Greek name mean? It says the us ending in the Greek name, often seen as ous in English transliterations like Themistocles of Pericles. It says comes from the ancient Greek masculine nominative singular endings, especially os, which indicates the subject from the noun and the adjective. But name like Milios or Linos have Latin influence or related different Greek forms. The nos itself means mind or intellect, right? Then it goes on to talk about how the most common masculine ending in Greek seeing in names like Gregorios, Demosthenes, S, and Pericles, S, right? So os, right? It goes on to say that when names are Latinized, adopted in Latin and then English, the Greek os often becomes us, hence Dardanus, right? So Gregorios becomes George, but older forms, specific names might relate to us, right? Then it goes on to say, in summary, the us in many male Greek names is a Latinized form of the common Greek masculine endings like os or s, right? So this is just a masculine, it's just denoting that this is a masculine name, right? At the end of the day, right? So if we move on, right? Darda in Hebrew means pearl of knowledge. Adding the nos ending either adds mind, intellect, or understanding to the sense, or just implies that it's a masculine name, as an ah ending would make it feminine in Greek, right? Pay attention. So now, we're on page 159. Watch this. Let me just pull this up on my browser. Give me a second. Watch this, family. I'm on page 159. Watch this, right? Page 160. Watch this. This is. All right, boom. Watch this. Page 159, right? I'm going to read from the second paragraph. It says, besides, it now becomes clear that Brutus was no Columbus in the discovery of Albion or Britain, nor did he require any such adventitious aid as a supernatural vision to inform him of the existence of Albion and its attractiveness for annexation. Albion was already at that period well known to the Phoenicians. We shall find as rich in tin producing country, and Cornwall was already occupied by a small colony of the rival relatives of Brutus. Before he arrived there, it thus appears that Brutus doubtless deliberately set sail with his fleet from the river Acheron for the express purpose of annexing and occupying Albion. The colony of 4 clans of fellow Trojans found by Brutus on the shores of the Tyrrhenian Sea. Let's continue. Outside of the Pillars of Hercules is of immense historical and ethnological importance in establishing the affinity of the Trojan descendants of Dardanus with the Phoenicians and kinship of Brutus with the Phoenicians. The settlement of these Trojans on this Tyrrhenian Sea was, of course, Gades, which was traditionally visited by Hercules and contained one of his most famous Phoenician temples. It was founded traditionally as a colony by the Phoenicians of Tyre. And we just read how Asher took over Tyre, how Dan was up in there, right? How Israelites were all up in Tyre, right? Which thus accounts for the name of its gulf, the Tyrrhenian Sea. There's literally a sea called Tyrrhenian Sea from Tyre, which Israelites who were seafaring, as well as other Canaanites, were in that area, right? And we just proved how 10 from Cornwall, southwestern Britain, was found in Israel, which was necessary for the creation of bronze during the Bronze Age. They were getting copper from Cyprus. Cyprus literally means copper. They were going all the way up to Britain, past the Straits of Gibraltar, right past Spain, making their way up to the North Sea to Britain and getting tin from there. These are Israelites. Troy was founded by these people, by Israelites. Let's continue. So the title also appeared in the Gulf of Tuscany, where there was similar Phoenician or Punic colony at Punicum, bordering Latium. Now, Latium is where you get the word Latin from. These are the Edomites that make their way up into Italy, right? And a province ruled by the Phoenician, Tyrrhene, right? Let's continue. Pure daggers, right? Page 160, right? It says, or Tyrrhenians, the Phoenician settlement at Gadis, or the house of the Gads, or Phoenicians, the house of the Gads,
yes, that's cool.
Was presumably found mainly as a halfway house to the tin mines in Cornwall, and so its offlying isles of the Cassiterides, now submerged by the sinking of the land. Herodotus records that the chief source of the supply of tin, which was essential for the manufacture of bronze for the ancient world, came from Cornwall. Cassiterides. He says the Cassiterides, from which our tin comes, is nevertheless certain that both our tin and our amber are brought from these extremely remote regions, the Cassiterides in the North Sea, in the western extremities of Europe. This tin trade and its distribution were entirely in the hands of the Phoenicians. And now seems that the tin land beyond the upper sea of the Amorites, subjected to Sargon I from 280 BC, was the Cassiterides of Cornwall, right? The Trojan traders whom Brutus found settled at Gad, were under the leadership of Duke Quirinius, bearing his this significantly Greco-Phoenician name, and a former associate in arms of Brutus. The four clans of these Trojans of Gadis are stated in our text to have been the descendants of banished Trojans who had accompanied Antenor, this Trojan hero. It will be remembered. Is described by Homer as the leading prince of Troy, who rode in the same chariot with King Priam, an ambassador at the parley with the Achaean Greek invaders. He was spared by the latter in their massacre of the Trojans on account of his honorable conduct and indignantly rejecting the proposal of the party of the Trojans to murder the Achaean ambassadors, Ulysses and Menelaus. Right, we got Jews named Menelaus, right, in history. Right, let's continue. And was thus allowed with the remnants of his family to escape along with Aeneas and his son Ascanius. He sailed to Italy with attendants like the Veneti, like Aeneas, but chose Illyria at the head of the Adriatic, and there founded Padua, adjoined Venice, which later a name seems to preserve his ethnic title of Phoenix. Right? Then it goes on to the next page, 161. Watch this. Or Phoenician. He was so celebrated that he received a statue as a demigod from the Phoenicians at Tyre. And Tenor's descendants and their relations to Brutus are displayed in the following genealogical table, right? It says the four clans, therefore, of Gadis, of the descendants of the banished Trojans who accompanied the exile and Tenor, were presumably the descendants of the four sons, his son King Agenor the Phoenician, who was so famous a sailor that he was called the son of Poseidon or Neptune. These sons are seen in the table to be Cadmus or Cadmus, Phoenix, which we read about, Cilix, where we get Cilicia, and Thassos. The first two of which are usually called by ancient classic writers Phoenicians, as well as their father. And incidentally, it is seen that the famous King Minos of Crete was also a Phoenician. It seemed possible that Duke Quirinius, though his Homeric title is Coronis or Canios, was a descendant of Antenor's eldest son, Kun, right? So, again, This is all this history demonstrating how we were all up. We were all up in this area. How it was Israelites that founded the region known as Troy, the Troad, Dardania. These are all Israelites, right? So watch this, right? This book right here is called The History. Right, let me find it right here. History of the Israelites and Judea, right? Philosophical and critical. And this is page 376. Watch this. Watch this. So I'm going to read from the second paragraph. It says, the intercourse between Judea and the island of Crete has been carefully disregarded by the commentators, and the historian can only discover faint vestiges from which the truth may be inferred. The first inhabitants of Crete, according to Diodorus Siculus, were Iade Dactyli, right? Who inhabited Mount Ida. Now you have this place called Mount Ida. There's one on Crete, and then there's a Mount Ida in the Troad region, right? Pay attention. And instituted sacred rites and sacrifices. The idea came from Phoenicia and were probably a colony of Israelites. The foreign mercenaries mentioned as being employed by David are called Crethim or Cretharines in 2 Samuel chapter 20, verses 7 and verse 23, and were distinctly told by Tacitus, right, that the Judeans derived their origin from the Idaei of Crete. This is evidently an etymological error of the Roman historian founded on the resemblance of the names Eudaeus and Eudaeans, but it is possible that Judean immigrants to Crete were in the habit of returning home, in which case the Greek culture of Crete might have imparted some of its features, and in the time of the Maccabees, to the Judean culture at Jerusalem. There is a slight analogy between Moses receiving the laws from Elohim Jehovah, right, from the Most High God Yahawah on Mount Sinai, and Minos obtaining the Cretan laws from Zeus on Mount Ida, which is Judah. There is also a resemblance, right, going to the next page, right, watch this, page 377, between Moses and the Muse of wisdom. Human sacrifices of children, which we know the Jews were doing all the time, the Bible talks about it, so frequent among the ancient Judeans, were also celebrated in the legends of Crete. The sacred number 7 was known in the Attic legends. Attic goes back to the region where Athens is, where an annual tribute of 7 boys and 7 girls was declared to have been exacted from the Athenians to be devoured by the Minotaur or man bull of Crete. A mountain torrent of Crete bore the name Jordanus, or the Jordan. Come on, bro. These niggas don't know nothing. This is pure history, right?
Long before 70 AD. Yeah.
This is a book called Ilios, the City and Country of the Trojans, right? This is by Dr. Henry Schliemann, right? It says it deserves particular attention that the Taurisians' name is nowhere connected in Homer with Troy or its people. But as they had a city, Gergis or Gergithus or Gergetha in the Troad, we may perhaps connect the name with that of the Homeric Gargarus, as well as with the Gorgathion, who the Cebrion is mentioned by Homer as the natural son of Priam, who's Priam is the king of Troy that we read about in the Iliad, right? Ilios is where you get the word Iliad, right? Let's continue, right? It says the poet thus gives as Grote remarks a sort of epical recognition of both Gergis and Sebron. It must, however, be remarked that Tuceros, the celebrated archer, was, according to legend, the son of the Trojan princess Hesione, whom she bore to Telamon. According to a tradition, which we find at in Strabo, the Taurosians immigrated from Crete into the Troad. An oracle had bidden them settle down in the place where they should be assailed by the earthborn. This is said to have happened near Hamaxatus, where an immense host of field mice came forth from the ground and gnawed away all the leather of their arms and utensils. There, consequently, they established themselves and called the range Ida after the mountain and the name in Crete. So again, you have a mountain in Crete called Ida, which is Judah, and then you have a mountain in Troy called Ida, which they named that one after the one in Crete, which means Judah. Strabo adds that this is the tradition had been first related by the Gallic poet Calenus about 660 BC. 660 BC. This is before the Babylonians taking us into captivity. And after him, many others, so example by Ovid. It appears from this legend that Taurosians were credited with having introduced into the Troad the worship of the Smithian Apollo, who celebrated temple at Chrysa near Hamaxatus. Now, it goes on to say, Strabo distinctly says that Chrysa was said to be the spot where the newly arrived Taurosians were attacked by the field mice. It says it may also be said that the Venetian scholars of the Iliad to have met a field mouse, both in the Cretan and in the Aeolian dialects. Others, however, deny the legend, maintaining that the Teusar, the primitive ancestors of the Taurosians, had emigrated from Attica, which is Athens. Either way, Crete, Athens, these are Jews all up in Greece as early as 660 BC. Right, let's continue. It may mention that the same Takari, believed to be identical with the Taurosians, figures the mural paintings of the Medinet Abu among the Confederate nations, which in the 13th centuries invaded Egypt during the reigns of Ramses III. So again, I talked about the sea peoples. These people, the Takari, are the same as these Taurosians, right? You have the Dania or the Dinian. That's the tribe of Dan, right? So you had Judah and Dan, right, who are seafaring, right, who are doing a bunch of trade. They're attacking the Egyptians, and a lot of scholars, they attest the Bronze Age collapse to these attacks by these sea peoples, right, guys? I didn't put this in this presentation, but I have a source from Egypt, right, from this inscription that I'm talking about, the Medinet Abu, where it's saying that some of these people didn't have foreskins, which means they were circumcised, which means they're Israelites. Let's continue. This is from the Histories of Tacitus, right? Page 390. This is from page 399. I don't know why I put 121 there, but anyway, it says the story goes that the Jews were fugitives from the island of Crete, who settled upon the extreme borders of Africa, and at the time when Saturn was forcibly driven from his kingdom by Jupiter, evidence is for this story is discovered in their name. The name of Ida, a tribe bordering the famous Mount Ida in Crete, having been lifted by a foreign corruption into the form Iudei, right? This is from Tacitus. Some say that the super abundant population of Egypt was discharged into the bordering countries in the reign of Isis under the leadership of Harusalomus and Judas. Harusalomus is Jerusalem. May assert that the Jews were an Ethiopian race, so they're saying that they're dark, driven out by fear or hatred to seek a new home in the reign of King Cephas. Now, King Cephas is a legendary Ethiopian king, right? And he's apparently, I believe he's the father of Andromeda, right? Or something like that. So we have sources stating that the descendants of Dardanus, who found Troy, were Phoenicians and are also connected with Cilicia and its founding. Dardanus comes from Darda of the tribe of Judah. The area in which Cleanthes is born was colonized and founded by pagan Jews. We also have sources saying that Jews inhabited Crete, the name and named the mountain range Ida, i.e. Judah. Some of those Jews then moved to Troas, where they name another mountain range the same name Ida. which means Judah. Furthermore, the father of Cleanthus has a seemingly Hellenized Hebrew name, right? Phinehas, right? Hezekias, Jeremias, right? You got Isaiah, Isaias, right? This Ios in Greek, it corresponds perfectly with Yah. So his name Phinehas is a seemingly Hellenized Hebrew name, which would be Panya, which means face of Yahweh, which was very common amongst the Jews. This is the man that Paul literally quotes in Acts 17. Listen, ask any nigga from Genesis, right? Ask the brother Akaz who be cheerleading all damn day on Facebook. Ask that nigga what poet was Paul quoting. He won't be able to tell you, right? Let's continue. Unless he watched this. With all this information from various ancient sources, one could only conclude that Cleanthus was in fact a Jew, just like Stoic founder and brother Zeno. Again, I showed you a source that said that Zeno was a Jew. He's the founder of the Stoicism, of the Stoic school. Now let's dive into Acts 17, right? So this is Paul's second missionary mission, right? Just showing you the regions, right? Showing you these areas, right? You got Judea, right? You got Syria. This is Phoenicia right here. Tyre, Zidon, Ptolemaios, right, which is a Greek city. Right, you got Damascus right over here. You got the Decapolis, which is these Greek Hellenized cities in Israel, right? You got Cyprus, which again, the Jews colonized, Israelites colonized, right? You got Cilicia, Tarsus, where Paul is from, right? Cappadocia, Galatia, Bithynia, Pontus, right? I read to you how even what's his name? Philo says that we had Jews as far as Bithynia and Pontus, right? By the Black Sea, right? Peter writes a letter to these people, to the strangers in these places, right? So here in the book, Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews, right? This is on page 288. It says, it may be therefore accepted as a historical fact, right? Niggas cannot dispute this fact that I'm bringing out through the spirit and power of Yahweh, basham, Yahawashi, that 2,000 Jewish families were transferred from Babylon to Asia Minor in approximately the years 210 to 205. These families, which settled in Lydia and Phrygia, right? Let's go look at, all right, Lydia, right? Where's Lydia? Right, we got Phrygia.
It's right in the middle.
Right, boom. Right, all up in this area, right? It says, these families settled in Lydia and Phrygia as military katoikoi, right? I want you, brothers and sisters, to just look up the term katoikoi and what it means. Basically, the Greeks would employ these different peoples into their military, and they would set up military camps in certain areas, right? And they would raise them, they would indoctrinate them to be loyal to the Greeks. So you had Jews who were in the military, who were in these Greek cities, where the same author tells us that in every locality you had Jews who kept the commandments and were wealthy and blah, 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 blah. And then you had those that voluntarily disassociated and assimilated into the Greek customs. So let's read about some of these places. Laid the foundation for the Jewish diaspora in Asia Minor. This diaspora continued to expand with rapidity. In the time of Simon the Hasmonean, the Roman Council published a proclamation in favor of the Jews, sending it to various lands and to the Greek cities where Jews resided. Among the various localities and regions in the cities of Asia Minor are mentioned, these being Caria, Pamphylia, Lycia, Halicarnus, Mindos, Cnidus, Phasaelis, Cide, and Mysos, in the islands of Delos, Samos, Kos, and Rhodes, right? We see these places. Here's Rhodes, right? Samos is right here, right? We're all up in this bitch, right? Let's continue. It goes on to say, in Rhodes, in the year 62 BCE, Flaccus, the governor of the Roman province of Asia, confiscated Jewish money at Apamia, Laodicea, which is one of the where there was a church that Christ had John the Revelator write to, right? Andremitium and Pergamum, right? That's another one. As is by Cicero. Josephus cites several documents drafted by Romans from Julius Caesar to Augustus, also resolutions taken by Greek cities which related to the Jews and mentioned the Jewish populations in the towns of Miletus, Pergamum, Halicarnos, Tralles, Laodicea, Sardis, and Ephesus. Paul writes a letter to Ephesus, right? And to the islands of Parsos, Delos, and Kos. We can attend this list by the information we draw from the books of the New Testament: Smyrna, Philadelphia, Antioch, and Pisidia, Tarsus, Iconium, and from inscriptions, Phaecaia. So these are actual archaeological attestations in Ionia, Magnesia by Cyplos, Iasos by Miletus, and Hierapolis in Lydia, Tlos in Cilicia. Philo indicates that Jews even dwelt even in the remotest places in Asia Minor, in Bithynia and Pontus, on the Black Sea coast. Again, daggers, right? Going into page 289, right? It goes on to say, in other places, he says that there was no city of Asia or Syria which did not contain Jews. Thus, in the course of 200 or 300 years, Jewish settlement spread and expanded over the whole of Asia Minor. Like, stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. All these silly Christians and all these Hebrew Christolites who want to save the white man, right? I want to say all these people, these clearly white people, Cornelius could not be a white, he could not be a Jew because this was real. These niggas don't know nothing, bro. Let's continue, right? So look at the outline of Acts 17. Verses 1 through 9, we have Paul in Thessalonica. He writes a letter to this church. He goes to the Jews' synagogue to preach Christ. Some Jews believe, many devout Greeks and chief women believe, right? Again, when we look at John 7, 7:35, it says, whither will he go that we will not find him? Well, he goes to disperse amongst the Greeks and teach the Greeks, right? It's translated in the English as Gentiles, but that word is Hellene, right? So you have devout Greeks. You had Greek. I showed a source where there in Caesarea specifically, right? There was a so-called rabbi who went there and noticed that there were Jews that were saying the Shema, right? Shema Yasharahla, Yahawah, laYAHAWAH, saying that prayer in Greek only because they spoke Greek, right? Non-believing Jews started a mob to bring the brethren to a public council, right? Verses 10 to 15, Paul is in Berea. He goes to the Jew synagogue again. Many Jews believe, many Greeks believe. Jews from Thessalonica come down and start another riot. He makes his way to Athens, and this is what we read about in verses 16 to 34. So Paul is in Athens, right? He waits for Silas and Timothy and speaks to certain of the Epicureans and Stoics. Certain. It didn't say he met with all of them. He met with certain of the Epicureans and Stoics, right? Again, just to demonstrate what the word Greek means, right? This is from the BDAG. This is the entry for the word Hellen or Hellenos, a man of Greek language and culture, right? Second entry, in the broader sense, all persons who came under influence of Greek, i.e. pagan culture, which we read about, we can read about in the Bible, right? We demonstrated to nauseam, right? With these historical accounts, right? Again, the guy said it's a historical fact that they took 2,000 Jewish families from Babylon, brought them to Asia Minor. And this was the basis for the Jewish diaspora. He's saying it's the basis of the Jewish diaspora at that time. Again, we just read about sources where you had Jews in Crete, in Cilicia, and all these places prior to that, right? Prior to 660 BC, right? But let's continue, right? Again, looking at the Hellenistic institutions, these individuals, right? The individuals who were, right, in the military, what would they do? Their children would be raised in it. The Katoikoi literally were raised and indoctrinated to be loyal to Greece, to Greco ideologies. So their sons would also be educated, right, in the same Hellenic institutions where they would learn military, right? They would learn philosophy and do literary studies, which would include poetry, right? Again, this is the source I talked about, brought it out, the Cornelius breakdown, showing how this so-called rabbi, right, attests to in Caesarea you had just Jews that spoke Greek and only spoke Greek and were reciting the Shema in Greek, right? Now, Acts 17. Right. Let's bring that out from verse 16.
Con. This is the book of Acts chapter 17, verse 16. Now, while Paul waited for them at Athens, his spirit was stirred in him when he saw the city wholly given to idolatry.
Wholly given to idolatry. Read on.
Therefore disputed he in the synagogue with the Jews.
With the Jews. Now, idolatry. Idolatry is idolatry for us. The heathen worshiping idols. The Most High God literally created these things for them to create idols for. We're just not supposed to worship their idols, right? Continue.
God.
So why? So this raises the question: why would Paul be upset about the city being given to idolatry?
Right.
When Paul says he believes in all things written in the law and the prophets, and in the law it says that God created these things for the heathen to worship, and God set the bounds of the people by the sons of God, which would be the angels. So when these heathen are worshiping these idols, Paul knows that they're worshiping what? Devils, the sons of God, some of the Elohim. Paul understands that. Do you people who are following this silly ass simultaneous salvation nonsense, do you guys understand that? No, you don't. But let's continue. It's our job to demonstrate this for you historically and biblically. Right? Let's continue.
Right. Verse 17 again. Therefore disputed he in the synagogue with the Jews and with devout persons.
The devout persons. Again, we read about these devout persons in Acts, the 2nd chapter. Coming back to keep the feast of first fruits. Right? Read on.
Con, and in the market daily with them that met with him. Then certain philosophers,
read on,
of the Epicureans and of the Stoics encountered him. And some said, what will this babbler say?
What will this babbler say? Read on.
Some, he seemeth to be a setter, seemed to be a setter forth of strange gods, because he preached unto them Yahawashi and the resurrection.
Right, verse 19.
Verse 19, and they took him and brought him unto Areopagus, saying, may we know that this new doctrine whereof thou speakest is, for thou bringest certain strange things to our ears. We would know therefore what these things mean. Verse 21. For all the Athenians and strangers, right? We know Israelites are called strangers all throughout the Bible. Peter literally writes a letter to the strangers scattered in Cappadocia and Bithynia and Pontus, right? Read on. Con, which were there spent their time is nothing else but either to tell or to hear some new thing.
They had itching ears, right? Let's continue. How a lot of you niggas today have itching ears, right? And niggas want to run with this stupid ass doctrine, which is unfounded in prophecy. That's why I've been saying these niggas are teaching a different gospel. That's why I've been saying that these niggas are false prophets. Point blank, period. Right? And we're gonna run that track back by the good brother Karash when we're done, right? So what was the Areopagus and how did it work, right? So Areopagus. The Areopagus, Greek, which is Arios Pagos, which means hill of Ares, right? It's translated twice in the Bible as Areopagus, and it's also translated as Mars Hill. Mars is the Roman equivalent of Ares, right? Ares is the god, the so-called god of war, right? Was both a physical place and an ancient governing council in Athens. Its role and authority changed significantly over time, but it remained one of the most prestigious institutions of Greek civic life. Again, we talked about it in the book, Greek civic life, right? Jews were involved in Greek civic life, right? The place, it was a rocky hill northwest of the Acropolis, named after Ares, the god of war. According to myth, Ares was tried there. Trials and meetings were held there, right, at the place. The Areopagus was also a council, one of the oldest aristocratic councils in Athens. Again, we read in this book how the Jews who were in all localities of Asia, in Asia Minor, how the ones that got there first, right, enjoyed certain benefits that other ones didn't, right? The newcomers didn't. They were considered full citizens, right? And they had the ability to be a part of what? To be a part of the civic life, which would include being part of these councils, right? So the council one of the oldest aristocratic councils in Athens, originally composed of former archons, which are chief magistrates, who served for life. Membership, therefore, skewed toward elite, wealthy, and well-connected families. Again, who was pushing Hellenism? The upper echelons of Judean society. Right, let's continue. Composition and membership. Eligibility. Only men who had successfully served as archons, right, could be council members. Social character had to be conservative, aristocratic, and traditionally minded. Members were expected to embody moral authority and ancestral law. Because archonship required wealth and status, the Areopagus effectively functioned as an elite governing body, even during democratic periods. Right. So now we're going to do some different periods of the Areopagus. During the Archaic period, which is from the 7th to the 5th century BCE, the Areopagus held broad authority, including oversights of laws, guardianship of the constitution, supervision of magistrates or the archons, moral oversight of citizens, jurisdiction over serious crimes. Right. In the Classic period, which is between 462 to the democratic reforms, right, we have the reformer named Ephialtes sharply curtailed its powers. It retained these particular powers, right? Jurisdiction over intentional homicide, premeditated murder, arson, sacrilege, some religious and moral oversight. Lost powers, most political and constitutional authority, right? It lost most of that, right? It also created oversight transferred to a democratic bodies like the Boule, which is a council of 500. Now, who knows who the Boule are today? There's no new thing under the sun. LeBron James is a member of the Boule, right? And there's no new thing under the sun. I am a former member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, right? The first intercollegiate Black Greek letter organization or fraternity, right? But the first Black fraternity is known as Sigma Pi Phi, right? It was founded right here in the city of Philadelphia in 1904, right? While Alpha Phi Alpha was founded on December 4th, 1906 in Ithaca, New York, right? Why do I know this history? Because guess what, right? I was a Greek at one point, right? Same way, again, no new thing under the sun, the same way Paul, right, he was going to these brothers who became Hellenized, right? If you are a member of a Divine Nine organization, you are part of what's called the Pan-Hellenic Council. The Pan-Hellenic Council, right? And part of becoming a member of these organizations, you got to learn about the history, right? And one of the things that we had to learn in the history was about the Boule, Sigma Pi Phi, which was founded right here in Philadelphia in 1904, right? They're known as the Boule. No new thing under the sun. You had niggas, you had Israelites who were part of these councils, the Boule. Right? Then you had the ecclesia, which means assembly. This is where we get the English word church from, right? This word ecclesia is translated in the Bible, right, as church, right? And then you had the popular courts. Very important information. I bet you these niggas don't know this stuff, right? Hellenistic and Roman periods, right? The Areopagus experienced a revival of prestige, especially under the Roman rule. It functioned as a municipal elite council, guardian of public morality, a body regulating education, philosophy, and religion. Roman authorities favored it because of its aristocratic and conservative character, right? When in Roman society, right, you had the Senate class and then you had the equestrian class, right? We went over it in the Cornelius breakdown how the nephew of Philo, Tiberius Julius Alexander, right, was a Jew. He completely abandoned the faith, became a general. He was a procurator of Judea and Egypt, right? He squashed rebellions and killed a ton of Jews in Alexandria, right? These niggas love philosophy. Philo, he loves philosophy. He aligns more so with Stoic philosophy as opposed to Epicurean because he writes polemics against it, right? But again, this is just showing the history, right? The cultural context of what was going on at that time. And again, you had Northern and Southern Kingdom still in the land at that time, right? You have Dan all up in there, right? You got Asher, right? We just read sources of how Asher was in Crete. It was in Cyprus. Like, come on, but let's continue. Roman authorities favored it because of the aristocratic and conservative character, right? So Going back into this book, Collins Atlas of the Bible, right? It goes on to say Agrippa, another's nephew, Tiberius Julius Alexander, abandoned his Jewish faith and entered Roman civil service. He served as procurator of Judea from 46 to 48 AD before becoming the prefect of Egypt. Philo himself seems to have resisted public life for his scholarly and philosophical pursuits. So Philo loved philosophy. And although following pogroms against the Jews of Alexandria in 37 to 38 AD, he led a delegation to Rome and secured from Emperor Claudius official protection for the rights of Alexandrian Jews, identity and community. The social standing of the diaspora Jews vary from place to place. Some communities face prejudice and sporadic persecutions, and many pagan authorities perpetuated hostility towards or misformed rumors about the Jews. Other Jewish communities enjoyed a favorable social position. Jews participated regularly in theater and gymnasia and could aspire to the ranks of local aristocracy, city councilors, or magistrates. This is important because one of the individuals who actually believes Paul, his name is Dionysius, and he was an Arapa guy, meaning he was up on the council. Let's continue. It goes on to say, so Jews could do this, right? They could aspire for local aristocracy. They could aspire for city councils or magistrates. What are the magistrates called? Archons. Let's continue. Extensive Jewish papyri and inscriptions show that Jewish activities stretched across all walks of life and social levels. In many cases, Jewish residents were given equal citizenship status with the Greek residents. And in other cases, they were given a measure of autonomy in dealing with the internal Jewish affairs. Now, that would be for individuals who stayed down and remained loyal to so-called Judaism, right? But again, you had niggas who completely disassociated with our customs, like this guy, this raccoon by the name of Tiberius Julius Alexander, who helped destroy our temple, right? Again, going back to this book, we brought this out, right? Again, theoretically, Jewish communities was open to every Jew who had come from another country, right? It goes on to say the civic status of the Jews in the Greek world was not the same for all members of the community, right? And then we go on to see how you had in these communities Hellenized Jews who completely disassociated with our customs, right? Going into page 22, it says the most prominent feature of the Greek cities of the classical period was their independence. The Greeks took it for granted that no polis city could exist except under conditions of liberty. Two terms were a constant watchword of the cities and all their struggles against one another: autonomy, the right to conduct the city's affairs according to its own laws, and the liberty, subjection to any power whatever outside of the city. The Greek polis was not a city in our sense of the term, but a petty state, right? These were city states. Questions of war and peace and making of alliances with other cities, monetary arrangements and drafting laws and statutes and internal authority, all these were conducted by the members of the city with complete freedom and without coercion from the outside. In those cities, which were conducted according to the rules of democracy, such as Athens, the whole people, which is known as the demos, right? The guy, Philodemos, his name means love of the people. Demos means people. Participated in the exercise of power, and everyone had the right to express his opinion in the general assembly or the ecclesia of the city. Again, Athens is the prime example. The citizens elected a city council or boule, which decided all questions on the agenda. This right to self-government constituted the outstanding superiority of the city over the village. Yet, from the economic point of view, the city itself was a sort of large village. Not only merchants and craftsmen, but also landowners and working farmers dwelt there as citizens, and most of the lands about it were private property of its members, right? So, page 302 to 303, right? The post of Archon, right? Let me just get it right here in my book. Watch this. because the archon, in order to be an Arapaghite, you had to be an archon, right? But then they had the changes, right, where they had the boule and they had the General Assembly, right? So here we are on the bottom of page 302 in Hellenistic Civilization and the Jews by Dr. Victor Cherakova. The post of archon was widespread among the Jews of the diaspora. I'm going to read that again. The post of archon was widespread among the Jews of the diaspora, being found at Antioch, Bernice, the city of Clos in Asia Minor, at Arsinoe in Fayum, and particularly at Rome. The character of the post is insufficiently known to us. The inscription from Bernice shows that the city Jewish community had 9 archons, and that the decision adopted by the community were taken in common by the archontes and the palatuma, meaning the General Assembly, right? Question mark. Meeting of the members of the community. This evidence of the face of it, of the democratic spirit of the Jewish communities, did not think that the power of the archons was restricted by the considerable extent by the general meeting. True democracy did not fit the situation of the Jewish community. It is, for example, a fact that the course of time, the position of archon acquired the character of an honorary position. Well-born families, meaning the higher echelons of society, well-born families occupying the vacant places as a matter of course and keeping them for their sons. This can be seen from the inscriptions at Rome, in which appear the names of small children who are termed little archon or future archon. The fact throws light on the eternal structure of the Jewish community, at whose head stand well-born families that hold the reins of power and take good care that the rules should not pass to the broad sections of the public, right? Meaning the high echelons of Jews in these areas were holding on to these titles in these positions as archons. We shall see later, indeed, that the social antagonism within the community were pretty strong, and that the rise of power of Jewish democracy boded no good for the rich wardens of the community, right? So this goes into showing that you had these Jews, right, who were upper echelon, and you had the lower class, right? And that's what caused the tension that the author previously said we cannot determine why that was. Now we can determine why that was, right? Going to page 353, all praise to the Most High. I want to read the first paragraph. It says, if we survey the numerous roads of assimilation just recounted, we shall not be surprised to discover Jews who had openly betrayed their ancestral tradition and completely abandoned their nation and religion. One case is known to us at the end of the 3rd century BCE. Third Maccabees tells of a Jew, Diostheos, son of Dremolos, curia of King Ptolemy IV and Philopator, who changed his faith and became a stranger to the laws of his fathers. Became a stranger to the laws of his fathers. Right? Let's continue. It goes on to say, Dositheos distinguished himself as a royal official in various posts and was even priest of the cult of Alexander and the divine Ptolemies as papyri witnesses. 2 other cases are known to us in the Roman period. These are Tiberius Julius Alexander and the nephew of Philo, who left Judaism in a short time, achieved a brilliant career as a high Roman official. And Antiochus, a Jew of Syrian Antioch, the son of a Jewish archon, who had not only abandoned Judaism, but conducted fierce propaganda against it and sought with aid of a Roman force to abolish the observance of the Sabbath and to compel the Jews to accept Greek customs. What are we talking about? These are the people that Paul is going to, right? So why did I go into all of this? To demonstrate how at this place, Areopagus, which is a council and a physical location, you had certain of the Epicureans. We have Epicurean philosophers. Zeno of Sidon, Philodemus of Gadara. He was born in a time in which the Jews had control of the Gadara, which was part of the Decapolis, right? He's a Jew, right? We prove with a source that Zeno, the founder of the Stoic school, was a Jew. We prove that the term Phoenician was used in reference to Jews, Israelites, and Canaanites. It's not again, I'm a Philadelphian the same way an Edomite's a Philadelphian, the same way an Asian's a Philadelphian. Same thing, right? So I went into this to demonstrate how our people held those positions as being archons or magistrates on these different councils. And the standard in which the author of Hellenistic civilization and the Jews used was Athens, right? Because it was about democracy. And we went into the democratic reforms of the Areopagus. I guarantee you the brothers don't know any of this shit, right? So let's pick it back up, right? Let's read verse 22 in Acts 17. Bring it out.
Acts 17, verse 22. Then Paul stood in the midst of Mars Hill and said, Ye men of Athens, I perceive that in all things ye are too superstitious. For as I passed by and beheld your devotions, I found an altar with this inscription, to the unknown God, whom therefore ye ignorantly worship, him declare I unto you.
So Paul is equating this unknown God to Yahawah. And he's saying that these people are ignorantly worshiping him. Right? These certain of the Epicureans and these certain of the Stoics are worshiping him, right? Read on.
Verse 24. God that made the world and all things therein, seeing that he is Lord of heaven and earth, dwelleth not in temples made with hands.
Right? So he talks about ignorantly, right? Well, Romans 10:1 says, Brethren, my heart's desire and prayer to God for Israel is that they might be saved. For I bear them record that they have a zeal of God, but not according to knowledge. Right? And that's our people all over the place. Paul was writing to Jews in Rome, right? Hence why all of his epistles, with the exception of Galatians, I think one other epistle says to the saints at this particular location. We know that the Israelites are the saints, pursuant to Psalms 50 and 5, pursuant to Psalms 148, verse 14, right? Paul goes on to say that these people are beloved of God. He said that these people in Romans 4:1 have Abraham as a physical forefather. Abraham is only the physical forefather of the Ishmaelites, the Edomites, the Israelites, the Midianites, the Midianites, the Jokshanites, those 6 sons that come from Keturah. He's the father of those nations. Paul is saying that these individuals have Abraham as a forefather. So this would exclude Canaanites. This would exclude Elamites, etc. Right? Then he goes on to say in Romans chapter 9, right, that even when when Rebekah had conceived by our father Isaac, so all the people at Rome have Isaac as a forefather. Isaac is the forefather of 2 groups of people, 2 nations, the Edomites and the Israelites. Well, Paul said that these individuals at the Church of Rome are beloved of God. And he quotes Malachi 1, which says that God loves Jacob and hates Esau. So why would Paul be writing to a bunch of Edomites at this church at Rome saying that God hates you niggas? What? That don't make no sense. Right? So again, he's talking about Israelites. So again, these brothers in Athens, they were ignorantly worshiping Yahawah because they call him the unknown God. They don't even know his name. Right? Deuteronomy chapter 4, verse 15. Bring it out.
Verse 15. Take ye therefore good heed unto yourselves, for ye saw no manner of similitude on the day that Yahawah spake unto you in Horeb out of the midst of the fire.
Come on.
Lest ye corrupt yourselves and make you graven image.
Make a graven image. Read on.
The similitude of any figure, the likeness of male or female.
Come on.
The likeness of any beast that is on earth, the likeness of any winged fowl that flieth in the air.
Okay, so a bull, right? Don't create a bull and worship it as if you're worshiping me. Don't do that. That's not for you, right? Read on. You're supposed to be holy. Read on.
Verse 18. The likeness of anything that creepeth on the ground, the likeness of any fish that is in the waters beneath the earth.
So again, the Philistines, they had a god named Dagon.
Right.
Dagon literally means fish. They worship a god, a fish god. Right? Read on.
Verse 19. Unless thou lift up thine eyes unto heaven, when thou seest the sun and the moon and the stars, even all the hosts of heaven.
All the hosts of heaven, right? The Most High God has a title. It says Lord of Hosts or Yahweh tazayazath, right? That's the same word for hosts. The hosts of heaven are the angels. So when these heathens are worshiping the sun, the moon, and stars, they're really worshiping angels, right? And they worship them with idols. And God tells us, don't do that. You worship me and me alone, right? Read on.
Right. Again, even all the hosts of heaven should be driven to worship them and serve them, which Yahawah thy God have divided unto all nations under the whole heaven.
So these are for the other nations to worship, not for us. Read on.
Verse 20, but Yahawah have taken you and brought you forth out of the iron furnace, even out of Egypt, to be unto him a people of inheritance, as ye are this day.
Right? So now, Acts 17 and 25. So pay attention to the colors, guys. I underline these things. These are key terms here. And these are, again, this is from an individual by the name of Paul who believed in all things written in the law and in the prophets. I'm going to go to the law and the prophets and demonstrate this, right? So read that.
Acts 17, verse 25. Neither is worship with men's hands as though he needed anything, seeing he giveth to all life and breath in all things.
Read on.
And have made one blood all nations of men for to dwell on all the face of the earth.
Now, how did God make of one blood all nations of men? Through Adam, through Noah, and their descendants. After the all the nations that were on the earth prior to the flood were regenerated through the loins of Adam, through Noah, through Ham, Shem, and Japheth and their descendants. Right? When we read in the book of Ezekiel, it says that the Assyrian was a cedar in Lebanon in the Garden of Eden. The Assyrians descend from Ashur, a son of Shem, a son of Noah, a son of Adam. This is how God has made of one blood all nations that dwell upon the face of the earth. Right? Read on.
And have determined the times before appointed and the bounds of their habitation.
The bounds of their habitation. We're going to figure out what that means. Right? Read on.
That they should seek the Lord. If haply they might feel after him and find him, though he be not far from every one of us. So
a Christian or an Israelite Christian will say, you see, God's not far from everyone. He's talking to heathen. Oh my God. God loves everyone. They can now have access to the new covenant. They're gonna judge Israel in the wilderness. They can have slaves. They can have the kingdom. Stupidity. What's going on with those good brothers is that the Most High God has taken his spirit from them. And Yahawashi has spewed them out of their mouth, right? Because during what transpired this past March, during that whole situation where I was stepping on the evil Pegasaur, right, and bringing out all the evil in this nigga, while that was happening, as you guys don't know, but I'll tell you, they were being compromised. They were trying to get me to hold certain information because they were concerned with their image. And I told these niggas, I said, listen, Yahawashi says, if you would be a disciple with me, you have to bear your cross. I had my name dragged through the goddamn mud. I had the weight of the world on my shoulders when that transpired. I told him, listen, Yahawashi said, if you're going to be a disciple, you have to bear your cross. And if you will gain your life, you will lose it. And if you will lose your life, you will gain it. And guess what? I didn't give a damn what niggas was talking. Right? Niggas still talking shit. I don't give a fuck. I lost my life so that I can gain it. Because I want to be I'm a true follower, a true disciple of Hamashiach Yahawashi. These niggas were compromised and were concerned with their image. They tried to gain their life. And now the Most High God has cast them to the side. Right? And the sun is spewing them out of his mouth. And this is why they're bugging the fuck out. And if you follow these niggas, you're going to fall right off the cliff with them. Point blank, period. Right? So let's break this down. Right? So green, orange, blue, yellow. Let's take a look. Second Ezra chapter 6. And after these, Adam, whom thou madest Lord of all thy creatures. Of him come we all, and the people also whom thou hast chosen. All this have I said before you, O Yahawah, because thou hast made us the world for our sakes. As for the other people which also come of Adam, thou hast said they are nothing. Now, the Bible says that the Most High God does not change, but be like unto spittle. And it says that in the context so that the sons of Jacob would not be consumed, right? But let's continue, right? They be like unto spittle and are like unto the abundance that of them to a drop that falleth from a vessel. O now, O Yahawah, behold, these heathen, which have ever been reputed as nothing, have begun to be lords over us and devour us. But we thy people, whom thou hast called thy firstborn, thy only begotten, and thy fervent lover, are given into their hand. If the world be made for our sake, why do we not possess an inheritance with the world? How long will this endure? Right? So this answers the question of, again, right? God has made of one blood all nations of the earth, because we all come from Adam. Right? So now, Deuteronomy 32, right? Which goes back, all right, we got this red now right here with Deuteronomy 32, right? This goes back to this red right here. Ye ignorantly worship him, declare I him unto you, right? So Deuteronomy chapter 32 and verse 6. Do ye thus requite Yahawah, O foolish people and unwise? Who is Moses talking to? He's talking to the Israelites. Is not he thy father that have brought thee? Have he not made thee and established thee? Remember the days of old. Consider the years of many generations. Ask thy father, and he will show thee thy elders, and they will tell thee, right? Going back to that they may seek the Lord. This is what Moses is telling them. Listen, seek Yahawah. Stop following all these other nations. Stop worshiping their gods. Why? Because when the Most High divided to the nations, right? Going back to the bounds of their habitation, he determined times before. Paul is saying this in the 1st century AD. Moses is saying this in the 14th century BC. Right? So it says, when the Most High divided it unto the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam. Now, the KJV says the sons of Adam, right? The Septuagint, as well as the Dead Sea Scrolls, says the sons Banya Elohim, right? Or Beni Elohim, however you want to pronounce it, which are the angels. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of God, the Elohim, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Israel. For Yahawah's portion is his people. Jacob is a lot of his inheritance. So again, this is who Paul is talking to, right? So it said that they should seek the Lord, right? Remember the days of old, if haply they might feel after him and find him, though he be not far from every one of us. Now let's explain the yellow. Joel 2 and 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and I am the Lord your God. I am Yahawah your God, and none else. And my people shall never be ashamed. There's the breakdown, right? So verse 28, it says, for in him we live and move and have our being, as certain also of your poets have said, for we are also his offspring. Again, the poet that's being quoted is Cleanthes of Assos, which is in the Troad, right? Dardanus, Troia, right? Dardania, which was founded by Jews. We just proved that with history. Multiple sources. Cleanthes was born in a place founded by Jews. Pagan Jews. This is the poet that Paul was quoting. Here we have it. This nigga, his father's name is Phineas, which is, like I said, a seemingly Hellenized Hebrew name, which equivalently would be Panya, which means face of God, face of Yahawah. Right? Let's read verse 28, Bible Kashah. You're on mute. You're on mute,
Acts 17 and verse 28. For in him we live and move and have our being, as certain also of your own poets have said. For we are also his offspring. For as much Then, as we are the offspring of God, we ought not to think that the Godhead is like unto gold or silver or stone, graven by art in man's device.
So, again, Cleanthes is who's being quoted here. That's the poet of the Stoics. He's not an Epicurean philosopher. Paul is quoting a Stoic philosopher, right? It says that we are his offspring. The Bible says that we are his children. No one else. You should know that I am in the midst of Israel, and not I am the Lord your God and none else. That's the word of God that will not return unto him void. What those brothers who push this ideology, right? Christians, they do not adhere to the word of Yahawah. They just do not. Their doctrines do exactly what Yahawashi says you cannot do. They make the scriptures break. They make the scriptures contradict each other, and they don't. The word of God does not have any contradictions. The word of God, right? So when it says the Godhead, it's talking about divinity, right? You shouldn't think that divinity is like unto gold or silver or stone graven by art or man's devices, right? Read on.
Verse 30. In the times of this ignorance, God winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
Right? So again, this has a context, right? Who he's talking to. He's talking to certain of the Epicureans and Stoics. We demonstrated how Epicureanism influenced the Sadducees' doctrine. We showed you how in a source where it says that. So any nigga talking shit, right? Where's it? I showed this. Boom. This book right here said that these Epicureans are Jews, showing that Jews were Epicureans and were from every walk of Jewish life, whether you were keeping commandments or not. Niggas were influenced by Epicureanism. The Sadducees, who we read about all throughout the New Testament in the land, as well as niggas who were just completely abandoned our customs. Hence these niggas, right? So again, right, Deuteronomy 4, right? The Most High God, again, he divided the nations, right? We are the lot of his inheritance, right? Again, talks about how the Godhead should not be demonstrated in gold and silver and things of that nature, right? Jeremiah chapter 3 and verse 11 says, and Yahawah said unto me, the black-siding Israel hath justified herself more than the treacherous Judah. Go and proclaim these words toward the north and say, return, thou backsliding Israel, saith Yahawah, and I will cause mine anger to fall upon you, for I am merciful, saith Yahawah, and I will not keep anger forever. Only acknowledge thine iniquity, that thou hast transgressed against Yahawah thy God, and hast scattered thy ways to the strangers under every green tree. And ye have not obeyed my voice, saith Yahawah. Turn, O backsliding children, thus saith Yahawah, for I am married unto you, for I will take of you one of a family and one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion, and I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and understanding. Here's Paul being a pastor after God's heart and feeding these brothers who are scattered, right? Who are following the ways of the heathen. He's giving them knowledge after God's heart, right? Read verse 31, Acts 17, Babu Kushah.
Acts 17, verse 31, because he have appointed a day in the which he will judge the world in righteousness by that man whom he have ordained. Wherefore he have given assurance unto all men, and that he have raised him from the dead. And when they heard the resurrection of the dead,
what happened?
Some mocked.
Guys, let's take a wild guess at who would have mocked. Would it have been the Stoics that would have mocked? Or would it have been the Epicureans that would have mocked? Let's see if y'all have been paying attention. Read on.
When they heard of the resurrection of the dead, some mocked, and others said, we will hear thee again of this matter. So Paul departed from among them. Howbeit, certain men clave unto him and believed, among the which was Dionysius and
Robert.
Arabagite.
So it means Rabagite means that he was an individual on the council. He was either part of the Boule or the Ecclesia, right? Or he could have been an archon. I showed you historically how Jews had these positions of power in all localities, especially ones that were democratic, like Athens. So a nigga can't say that he wasn't a Jew. He's a Stoic. So the answer is, because y'all not paying attention, right? Who would have mocked him were the Epicureans, because they didn't believe in the resurrection. They believe that after when you die, you don't exist ever again. They didn't believe in regeneration. We read about this in the New Testament, where the Sadducees are, well, this man or this woman had 7 husbands, blah 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 blah. Who's going to be their her husband in the resurrection? And Yahawashi's talking about a specific resurrection. When you die, your spirit goes to the Father in the spirit realm, where you await to be judged and put back on the earth, right? And he says that the angels are given out in marriage in the spiritual realm, right? So that's what's going on. So it was the Epicureans that mocked him. Those would have been the ones that mocked him. The Stoics, again, Josephus uses Stoic philosophy, right? As well as Philo, right? Stoicism, a lot of their beliefs kind of line up biblically. And Paul knew exactly who he was talking to, because Paul was raised where? In Cilicia. He was raised in a Greek city, so he understands all this philosophy stuff. He knows his audience. This is why Yahawashi chose him. Because let me tell you something, right? It be times when we be out on the street corners, right? And shout out to the good brother Abba Yadan, right? Big Benji, one of the brothers here in the camp, been laboring with us for years, right? He's one of the elder brothers. He's our head of security, and he's the best fisher in Israel. Let me tell you, this brother be reeling brothers and sisters in all the time, right? So brothers could be out, gonna be teaching. You got 2 readers on the side, right? And he might pull myself to come and talk to someone. He might pull a good brother Hayamah to go and talk to someone, right? Typically, what he's going to do, if he finds a brother who, has like a sketchy background, like a brother who was in the streets, a brother who was doing certain things, right? He's not gonna bring me to go talk to them, right? He's going to bring the brother Hayamah, because that's what Hayamah comes from. Hayamah came from that lifestyle, right? Came into the knowledge of self, repented, and been doing the work, right? I come from a different background. I come from a background of being in college, right? And taking sociology classes and philosophy classes and pledging a Greek letter organization. So when there's a brother who is of a different type of ilk or caliber, right, than your so-called street brother, right? He's gonna pull me to go talk to that brother, right? Because you got to know who your audience is, right? You have to know how to talk to different people. You have to know how to be a fisher of men, right? Paul knew exactly who he was talking to, and because Paul grew up in a city where you had a lot of Jews in the Greco world, he spoke Greek. He was able to talk to these brothers, right? He was able to talk to these brothers because he understands the Stoic philosophy, right? So those that mock were almost definitely them of the Epicureans, who did not believe in the providence of God and who ideology influenced the Sadducees, who denied the resurrection. Again, this is Epicurus' quotes. Death does not concern us, because as long as we exist, death is not here. And once it does come, we no longer exist. No resurrection. It was the Epicureans that mocked. Don't fear God. Don't worry about death. What is good is easy to get, and what is terrible is easy to endure. Right? So let's go back to this book, Epicurean Anti-Epicurean Polemics in the New Testament Writings. Right? This right here is page. Damn, what page is this? I think I'll put it on the thing, but I'll tell you in a second. This right here, family, is from page 95. Right? Watch this. Right? Page 95. The page on what? this isn't page. Oh, this John tripping.
Oh, this is freezing.
The page is literally not showing on my PDF right now. Let me close it out.
I'm gonna say it's up on the screen.
I know, but I'm trying to read it from my PDF so I can actually see it. Watch this, family. Bear with me. Page 95. So watch this. This is where things start to get even more interesting. What the fuck? Okay, cool. This draw is drawing. All right, I'm gonna just pull it up on the screen, right? So it says the first unit contains an invocation of. Let me make sure I'm on it. All right, boom, right. Okay, no, I got you. Wrong. That's where I'm at. I'm on the wrong page. 114 is where I need to be at. Right. Watch this.
It's 114, y'all.
All right. So this is from page 114. Watch this. Right. It says the first unit contains an invocation. So this is the message to an unknown God. Right. Verses 22 to 23. Right. As an invocation, a capatio benevolate. And gives the topic of the address. The invocation, Men of Athens, is a classic rhetorical phrase occurring in Greek and Hellenistic speeches known from the works of Thucydides and Demosthenes. Next, Paul praises the Athenians for their piety and religiosity, their goodliness. His compliment follows...
That's godliness.
Huh?
That's godliness.
Oh yes, so I can throw out of godliness, right? His compliment follows the rules of ancient rhetoric. First, capture the audience's favor. Capatio benevolate. Get the people to love you, right? Paul's words correspond to historical reality as the belief of the ancients about the exceptional piety of the Athenians is confirmed in ancient Greek literature, including Flavius Josephus. The Athenians were extremely religious, although the term can have a negative meaning. Here it is probably used as a praise to the religiosity of the Athenians. So he's buttering these niggas up. Nevertheless, a certain distance in the apostles' words cannot be ruled out, and his statement must be interpreted in the context of the whole speech. The exceptional religiosity of the Athenians was expressed in their numerous shrines and object of worship, including altars walking around the city, right? So this now we're going to the next page, right, which is page 115. The apostle had noticed an altar inscribed to an unknown God, right? It goes on to say archaeological excavations have not attested to the existence of an altar with such an inscription in Athens. The orator might have used one of the numerous inscriptions of this type, modifying it to meet his needs. In the speech, the inscription was an auxiliary function as a commencement for the message about an unknown God. Also, proclaims an unknown God to the Athenians as no.
You're muffling.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, praises. So it goes on to say, it says to the Athenians, also noteworthy is the occurrence of the neuter article, right? In fact, he proclaims something more. God is present in man's life. Thus, his speech was not theological and philosophical explanation about an unknown God, but an exposition of God's mystery acting in history, an exposition of the history of salvation for the Gentiles, right? So obviously this person is a Christian and they believe in this concept, right? These Gentiles, again, are Israelites. This is who Paul was going to, right? The Israelites who remained down, who remained home, right? The elder son, they considered the younger son who went and lived amongst the heathen, right? Who lived a righteous lifestyle. consider them heathen and good for nothing. That's why Yahawashi gave the parable of the prodigal son, and I'll be doing a lesson on the parable of the prodigal son because that is important, right? Let's continue. The inscription of the altar allowed him to refer to the ignorance of the Athenians about one who was watching over them. One should remember that particular altars were erected to deities as an expression of gratitude for their protective care and benefits received. Paul refers to the unknown God from the Athenian altar, but the focus is on the second half of the sentence. The speaker gives the Athenians a message about a God they have not gotten to know yet, right? So now, jumping down to page 116, right? 116. All right. So the religiosity of the Athenians, right? The second paragraph. Actually, no, let me just read the whole thing. The cosmos of the Lord of history, who does not need human service, the creator of morals, who are obliged to seek him. Finally, he indicates God's kin relationship with man and the resulting absurdity of idolatry. The author of the speech skillfully combines the biblical message with the ideas of Greek philosophy. Again, if I'm talking to a brother who studies a certain lane and I know about that subject, I'm going to relate the Bible to that subject the best way that I can. This is why Paul was sent, right? The religiosity of the Athenians is the starting point for proclaiming the one and true God. Paul describes the reality of God and his sovereignty over the world, first making two negative statements. As a creator and Lord of all, the God does not live in shrines made by human hands, nor is he served by human hands as though he needed anything. The first element of this argumentation assumes that God is absolutely transcendent as the creator of the world, and all that exists in it cannot dwell in shrines made by human hands. The thought of God, the creator, is one of the basic truths revealed in the Bible. Apart from the evident message of the book of Genesis, chapter 1, we should point to Isaiah 42 and 5, to which the author probably referred. The thoughts, get that from me, Bible Kushah, Isaiah 42 and 5. The thought of God as creator also appeared in Paul's speech and delivered at Lystra, which we read about in Acts 14 and 15, and could be readily accepted by the Gentiles. In Lystra, it received a specific tone because in place of the biblical phrase heaven and earth to describe the universe, Paul used, so I can give me 1 second. Salaki family. Where are we? So it says in Lystra, it received a specific tone because in place of the biblical phrase heaven and earth to describe the universe, Paul used the philosophical terms cosmos, which was more familiar to the Greeks. This thought is enriched in the next part of the sentence. God is present as the Lord ruling over heaven and earth. Greek philosophy knew the idea of a deity controlling the world, which was inter alia, the basic theistic claim of the what? Stoics, that God is the soul of the cosmos in the pantheistic sense. At the same time, Epicureans deny the truth about providence. So again, going back to how it was the Epicureans that would have denied and would have mocked him, not the Stoics, right? So in conclusion, the certain Epicurean and Stoic philosophers that Paul was speaking to were Hellenized and indoctrinated Jews or Israelites. Prominent Epicurean philosophers include Zeno of Sidon and Philodemus of Gadara, who we've proven are Israelites. Stoicism was literally founded by Zeno, a Jew, and we've also proven that Cleanthes, his successor, and who Paul quotes, is also a Jew, right? So family, these are all of the sources, right? You can click on all of these sources, right? It's going to take you to a Google Drive document, and you can download it, and you can read exactly what I'm talking about, and you can bring all of these sources up when you're arguing with Christians and when you're arguing with silly Hebrew Israelites who love the heathen, right? All praise, glory, and honor to Yahawah, YAHAWAH, right?
Oh, praises.
The link for this entire presentation, family, the link for the entire presentation is in the description of this video. right? It's in the description of this video. You can download the presentation. The presentation, when you go to this last page, as you see here on the screen, you can click on all of these sources. It's going to take you to whether it's a website or whether it's an actual PDF, right? So you got Hellenistic Civilization of the Jews by Victor Cherekova, right? The book that I brought out during the Cornelius breakdown, and brought out here as well. You can download that. Who are the Phoenicians? Showing that Hiram of Tyre was a Israelite. Josephus says it as well. Anti-Epicurean polemics, which you just read, you can download that. This will take you to the website Encyclopedia of Actually, no, this is what I brought out in reference to Chrysippus, right? Where it says that he's Phoenician. The Phoenician origin of Britons. That book is what demonstrates how the Trojans, how they're Israelites, they're Jews, right? We got the complete works of Josephus, right? Which you can download that as well. And what's great about all of these PDFs is that you can do Command Find if you're on a Mac. You can do Control F or Control Find on a PC, right? And type in keywords, right? And you have the references to the pages that I went to, and you guys can read this for yourself, right? This right here, this is scholarship. 182 slides of pure scholarship. Look at all of these sources. Now ask yourself if the brothers who are pushing this ridiculous doctrine, if they gave you all of these sources, or if they just gave you a bunch of talk and appeal to your emotions. Well, what if you're wrong? What's going to be the punishment? Well, if we're wrong, there won't be any punishment. You're lying. You're prophesying falsely. That's what's going on, right? So make sure you brothers and sisters, all right, you save this video. Listen, I would download this presentation, right? Because anything happen, right? If YouTube clips my account for whatever reason, this, that, and the third, right? You have this, right? But again, you have the PDF that you can download. You have links to all of these sources, right? But like I said, you should definitely download this video and save it to your computer or your hard drive so that you can have access to it in the future. All right. But with that, we are approaching 4 hours. All praise to the Most High. What I will be doing, Lord willing, is I will be breaking this up into individual videos, uploading them back here on the channel, right? So that you can digest certain sections, section by section. I just think that's going to be advantageous for the family. Oh yeah, bring out that scripture in Isaiah that they bring that out.
This is Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 5. Thus saith Yahawah.
What's the scripture again?
Isaiah 42 verse 5.
Khan.
It's thus saith Yahawah. Salakia. Thus saith. Yeah.
Start from the top. Start from verse 1.
All right, Khan. Isaiah 42 from the top. Behold my servant, whom I uphold, mine elect, and whom my soul delighteth. I have put my spirit upon him. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles.
He shall bring forth what?
Judgment to the Gentiles.
He shall bring forth judgment for the Gentiles. Right now, this is quoted in the New Testament, right? And what's interesting about this word for judgment in the Greek language is the word krisen or crisis, right? What is crisis? Oh, where do we get the word crisis? Oh, we're in a crisis. He's going to bring a crisis to the Gentiles, right? Read on.
Come. He shall bring forth judgment to the Gentiles. He shall not cry, nor lift up, nor cause his voice to be heard in the street. A bruised reed shall he not break, and the smoking flax shall he not quench. He shall bring forth judgment unto truth.
Come on.
He shall not fail nor be discouraged till he have set judgment in the earth, and the isles shall wait for his law.
The isles shall wait for his law, right? We read all throughout the scriptures how we are in these isles, right? How we're come from afar, right? We read a source we talked about the Isles of the Dinian, the Isles of Dan, because Dan was going to all these different islands, right? And so the ships of Tarshish is going to go and get your sons and your daughters from afar, right? Read on.
Verse 5. Thus saith Yahawah, he that created the heavens and stretched them out, he that spread forth the earth and that which cometh out of it, he that giveth breath unto the people upon it, and the spirit to them that walk therein.
Read on.
I, the Lord, I Yahawah, have called thee in righteousness, and will hold thine hand, and will keep thee, and give thee for a covenant of the people, for a light to the Gentiles.
For a light to the Gentiles. So he's talking to us.
Right.
We're going to be under the bond of the new covenant, right?
Come. To open the blind eyes.
And he's talking prophetically to Yahawashi to be a covenant for the people, right? What people? The people of Israel, right? And for a light to the Gentiles. So Yahawashi is going to be a light to the Gentiles, and we, of course, as co-heirs, will be a light to the Gentiles, pursuant to Isaiah chapter 60, right? And a plethora of other verses, right? Read on.
Verse 7, to open the blind eyes, to bring out the prisoners from the prison, and them that sit in the darkness out of the prison house.
Out of the prison house, right? So when we jump down to Isaiah 42 and 22, which we bring out at camp all the time, it says, but this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes. They are all hid in prison houses. They are for a prey and none deliver. They are for a spoil and none save restore. Who among you will give ear to this? Who will hearken and hear for the time to come? Who gave Jacob for a spoil and Israel to the robbers? Did not Yahawah, he against whom he have sinned? For they would not walk in his ways, neither were they obedient unto his laws. Right. So it's, again, this is talking about us. So even the author who's of the book that I just went into is a Christian, right? He's coming from a Christian perspective of, the Gentiles that Paul's talking to are actual heathen. He quotes something that in context is talking to Israel about Israel being delivered, about Israel being saved. Imagine that, right? But again, family, listen, the Most High God's word will not return unto him void, right? Isaiah 8:20, to the law and to the prophets, they speak not according to this word, is because there's no light in them. Right? When we look at this doctrine of heathen salvation, simultaneous heathen salvation, it's nowhere in prophecy. It's nowhere in thus saith the Lord, right? So again, with that, I'm going to give all praises, all glory, all honor to the Most High God, whose name is Yahawah. Of course, I do so in the name of his only begotten Son, Yasharahla, who the world inwardly calls Jesus Christ. Until the next time, Shalawam and Matawathya, right? Again, make sure you guys like and share the video. Shalawam.
Shalom.